All right, I'm not great at numbers these days, but I think I'm counting to 3 council members, either in Zoom or in the room. I don't think we don't need to do another roll call, do we, Stacey?
Yes, we do. We're now being recorded on TV.
All right, roll call.
It is 5:35.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gatewood.
Here.
Councilmember Pulapati is absent at this time. Councilmember Sander.
Here.
Councilmember Budge. I do not see yet.
She's not going to be here.
So absent at this time. And Mayor Terry.
Here. All right, looks like we have a quorum. I'll ask the city attorney or city manager if they would like to report out from closed session, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mayor, council members of the community and staff. This afternoon, the city council met in closed session at 4 o'clock, took up an item of anticipated litigation, received updates from and provided direction to litigation counsel. Council also took up one real property item, received updates from and provided direction to its real property negotiators, and the council took no other action.
Thank you. So I want to start because I'm hearing that the room is getting a little full, that there is an overflow room in the American River room. If you walked out the back of the room that you're in right now, if you're in the council chambers or you're in the hallway and you can hear my voice, you can go over to the American River room. And if you're planning on making a public comment tonight, we will accommodate getting you back into the room with enough time to do that. Although do keep in mind that due to fire codes and pandemics and whatnot, that we are limited to how many people we can have in the chamber at one time. And also apologize now, my internet connection has not been great tonight. And so I will probably not have my video on most of the evening just to make sure that I can hear everybody just due to bandwidth issues. With that, we will move on to item 9 and we will have the Metro Cable Television announcement and we'll have the city clerk read that.
The meeting of the Rancho Cordova City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will air on Wednesday, July 20th at 6 p.m. and Thursday, July 21st at 9 a.m. The meeting can also be viewed at youtube.com/Metro Cable 14. A DVD copy can be ordered from the city clerk's department, and a webcast of this meeting will also be available on the city's website within 48 hours of adjournment of this meeting.
Thank you. Well, that will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. And since I only have one little screen of who's in the room, I'll go ahead and ask Councilmember Gatewood to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, since I can see him. Then I'll ask the public or the audience to remain standing, and we will have our invocation, which tonight will be by Julie Steinbeck with the United Methodist Church of Rancho Cordova. And with that, go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And do we have Julie in the... Oh, wait, Julie is in the room. Go ahead, Julie.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are gathered here this evening to keep Rancho Cordova a great place to live, work, and play. You have gifted us with abundant wisdom and talent to tackle our city's issues. Encourage us to support each other and treat everyone with respect. Motivate us to reach competent decisions that will positively affect our community. Let us rejoice in our diversity and continue to push for equitable solutions to benefit all of our city residents. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Julie. With that, we'll move on to item 12, which is presentations. And tonight we have introductions of new employees. And I believe I'm going to start with Brittany Mariscal from our code enforcement team. Right?
Yes.
Hopefully. Okay, there we go.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Brittany Mariscal. I am the Code Enforcement Supervisor assigned to Neighborhood Services, and I'm here tonight to introduce you to Meredith Rhodes. She is our new Senior Code Enforcement Officer. She joins us from the County of Sacramento, where she was previously a Senior Code Enforcement Officer, and she has been with us for approximately 3 weeks. She is currently assigned to and training in the Rental Housing Inspection Program, and we are very excited to have her as part of our team.
Recording stopped.
I will turn it over to Meredith for a few words.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Meredith Rhodes. As Brittany was saying, I come to you directly from the County of Sacramento as a Senior Code Enforcement Officer. I had about 8 years of experience there from officer level all the way up to senior level, and I am very excited and happy to be here, so thank you for welcoming me. Thank you.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Back here. Next, we will have Elizabeth to introduce somebody from the community development team.
Yes.
Elizabeth.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Elizabeth Sparkman, Community Development Director, and I am thrilled to introduce Leilani Zhao. And if I've said her name wrong, she's going to correct me. I don't want to steal her thunder. I will say that she started the beginning of July, but we met her a few months ago when she came on as a temp agency, through a temp agency, and her customer service skills stood out. She's a great people person. And what I want to say is her quiet confidence just speaks volumes about her.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leilani Zhao. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the kind words. I have over 15 years of customer service behind me. Coming here to the city of Rancho Cordova is very new, but I am very excited for my journey to start here. And everyone has welcomed me with open arms, which is very nice and very hard to find these days, but I appreciate it.
I guess I should have pointed out that she started with us as a new building permit technician, so she's in the building division. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right.
With that, whoops. Got a line here. Let's see. There we go. With that, we'll move on to public comment. So citizens wishing to address the council for any matter not on the agenda may do so at this time via teleconference or by completing and submitting a speaker card to the city clerk. If you want to make a public comment via teleconference, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom center of your screen. If you're in an Apple product like I am, it's in the top right. If you're participating by telephone and you want to make a public comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. For those participating by Zoom or telephone, please wait to be called upon by the city clerk. For items on the agenda, speakers will be called upon by the mayor at the point on the agenda when the item will be heard. Speakers are encouraged to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less and state the name and community of residence. Under the provisions of the California Government Code, the City Council is prohibited from discussing or taking immediate action on any item not on the agenda unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, the city clerk's office has received one public comment for general public comment from James Garcia. And let me just make sure I got that name correct. Yes, James Garcia. And then we have a few speaker cards from members of the public. So we're going to start with the first one I received, which is Duria Said. Following Ms. Said, we're going to go to Paul Carroll. Following Paul Carroll will be Sarah Malone, and then Kate Carroll, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Stacey. And before we have the public comment, I just want to remind folks for public comment, these are things not on the agenda tonight. So if you're here to talk about logistics centers, community center, things like that, this is not the time to make that comment. So if you do need to change your mind and wait, let us know now when you get to there. Go ahead with first commenter.
And you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having this session of public comments. I'm honored for this opportunity to share with you the California Low-Cost Auto Insurance Program. My name is Duria Sayed, and I'm an analyst in the Community Relations and Outreach Branch of the Department of Insurance. I'm doing this presentation on behalf of my esteemed colleague, Lisa Strange, who is your outreach analyst from the department. So I just today want to introduce that what is low-cost auto insurance program. It is a state-sponsored program created by the legislatures to offer liability insurance to income-eligible, low to moderate income, good and new drivers in California. This program offers liability insurance for less than $500 for a good driver. And the qualification to be part of this program is that the individual must have a valid California license or an AB60 license. Value of the vehicle must be $25,000 or less, be at least 16 years old, meet income guidelines, cannot have bad driving records, so it's available for good or new drivers that meet the income guidelines, regardless of their immigration status. Documents need to apply for this program are valid license or AB60 license, valid car registration. Down payment, you need like 20% of the annual premium, proof of income, and if the constituent or community member cannot provide a proof of income document, they can still fill out a self-attest form to verify they meet the income guidelines. I do want to take pride in sharing that in Sacramento County, in Rancho Cordova, if you are 24 plus year old and a good driver, the cost is $317 per year. So how do people apply for the program? We encourage everybody to go online at www.mylowcostauto.com and take the eligibility questionnaire. It's only 7 questions, or you can apply directly through a certified agent. Ask questions on the website through chat, available in Spanish also, and other languages too. Call 866-602-8861 with any questions. If a constituent qualify and have all the forms and the down payment, they could be insured the same day by applying directly with an agent. And just wanted to come here and also say that Department of Insurance is here to help you in any need that you have. We take pride in that we answer questions in 2-minute time. If you don't have a call, we'll have a live person call you back in 2 minutes and walk you through any insurance needs that you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Paul Carroll.
Mayor Terry and members of the council. I'm Paul Carroll, for those of you who have not met me. And I'd like to express my thanks to the city staff for conducting the community meeting on June 27th. They did an excellent job of flyering the community and sending out postcards to all 1,600 residents of Stone Creek. We also appreciated very much the transparency that was provided by the staff on pending projects, which was most informative. And in the past, Mayor Terry, I recognize we've been told to only address projects under consideration. And my comments at this time are really to talk about the cumulative information that we received in that presentation. Just a few simple facts. There are 4 warehouse projects currently pending. The total of those with bare beauty, or bold beauty, is 1.6 million square feet of warehouse space.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
And using ratios.
Go ahead. If I could interrupt, Mr. Carroll, our city attorney has something to say. Go ahead, Adam.
I believe this is a general item that relates quite closely to another item that's on the agenda for this evening.
I would agree.
Perhaps you might take comments on that, on this.
Yeah, Mr. Carroll, I would ask you to refrain these comments to when we get to items 18.1 is, I believe, what your comments are related to. So that would probably be the time to make them.
So just to be sure, when we talk about 18-1, we can also talk about 3 other projects as well?
You can talk in general about impacts to things like that. But yeah,
Okay.
I think those remain all to the same thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next speaker is Sarah Malone. Okay. Next speaker is Kate Carroll. Okay. Next speaker is James Garcia.
Members of the council, my name is James Garcia. I've spoken here before regarding numerous projects that have been under consideration, but I have a kind of a general comment tonight, along with 18-1. But right now, I just kind of want to remind some of the city council, back before we were for a city, we were kind of quoted as being the dumping ground of the county because we contained at that point in time 3 out of the 4 juice bars within our city limits. This was before we became a city. At this point in time, if we continue on that same path of becoming a dumping ground, that's what we're going to happen if we continue to have some of these projects that are kind of before you soon. Not going to talk about them, but I'll talk about the Z-Spa just briefly. It's not quite the same. That there's a couple rules that have not been followed exactly regarding like height and parking spaces. They're kind of black and white. We've been informed that that is the formal document that a lot of these projects are referred to. So having a height guideline in there, a parking space guideline, and it's just thrown out the window. But that's okay. Traffic and environmental reviews, protected federal and state birds of prey are kind of being ignored in certain areas based upon where some of these projects may or may not be built. Because again, birds, they fly, they migrate, they create a whole new nesting environment. They're not being looked at as part of an overall structure of trying to be built. And if we're trying to become a green city, do vested rights trump current rules and recommendations by state agencies for air quality? And the whole use of green vehicles. Diesels, they have pollutants out there. They go ahead and pollute anywhere from a half mile to 2 miles away from a large, major, 100,000 plus square foot building. So think about that before you start approving some of these ideas, even getting them on the books. Why are they even there? There are many uses for certain things. Business professional, it's broken into 2 categories. Business professional, where you're expecting to have a nice office building, a doctor's office, something like that. And then you throw in industrial office park. What is that? Smaller little tiny buildings, so that way you can actually have some miniature manufacturing, not a big gigantic warehouse. 2 zones within 1 zone is what we're coming up with here. Then you have real light industrial, where you could have an actual bigger building if you actually have to. But looking at some of the requirements, it says potentially incompatible. I want to know where the planning department actually gets their information to put something like a warehouse in a light industrial zone in a special planning area approved. There's no documentation that says this was approved. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind folks, let's make sure that if your comments are related to 18.1, that the time on the agenda will come when you'll be able to make a comment. Next speaker, please.
Diane Rogers. Diane Rogers.
Do we have Diane?
We're going to the overflow room to make sure that she's there or not there.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Let's go to the next speaker for now.
The
and we
next
can call-
speaker is Brenda Gustin.
Do we have Brenda?
Yes, she's got some photos, so I need to put them up on the projector.
So I apologize that all these won't be exactly in syncing because I'm doing 3 minutes and it's kind of an old-fashioned way to show pictures. Couldn't use my PowerPoint. You ready? My name's Brenda, and I thank you for listening to me. Our water departments and companies are educating homeowners how to preserve the environment and stop contributing to drought conditions, and you can just do them along the way. It seems to me that Rancho Cordova needs to participate in educating developers to preserve plant life and require all developments to integrate environmentally friendly processes that allow natural plants like these identified by the Conservation Research Institute to create sustainable soil conditions and allow forbs to build better soil conditions. Irrigation of all trees must be implemented to sustain their life. Otherwise, we are contributing to the escalation of drought conditions, which lend to irreparable damage from floods. The Central Valley Flood Protection Board recommends that all floodways be maintained and expanded where possible. Illegal grading, such as that which is being done regularly by Truemark Development and previously by the Casas family on one of the last wildlife sanctuaries along the Lower American River, continues to be allowed, slowly killing more of the 350 trees in this orchard and destroying the habitat of the river's bald eagles, deer, bobcats, fox, hawks, owls, and many more of the parkway's wild residents. This property has been and continues to be a topic of controversy. Local residents are consistently ignored, and the owners break the laws by illegally grading the property under the guise of disking and weed abatement without proper permits and before the environmental review process can determine how to preserve this natural habitat and perhaps allow development. This destroys the environmental baseline, and many believe this is on purpose. Each year, the owners destroy the habitat and the public easement where residents and local fishermen routinely hike to the base of the property to stand quietly in pursuit of steelhead. This continues to diminish the midden soil, all of which require a CEQA to determine what can be built, if anything, on this previously zoned agricultural land. Even the rezoning process has been questioned. Parcel clearances shown here are recommended and were not followed by the owners. The type of a weed abatement being utilized destroys the environment, the soil, habitat, and contributes to drought conditions. The recent release of of livestock, sheep, and goats, John Muir and the dictionary call these hoofed locusts. What I wish the City Council and regulatory agencies to address is how these trees can be preserved and not slowly killed until the CEQA is completed. And I'm out of time, I guess. So how can regulatory agents educate the owner and on proper weed abatement techniques, such as are done by the Parkway and other local parks, and keep the property
Thank you.
intact?
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Diane Rogers.
And we have Diane this time, right? Okay, good.
My humble apologies. I was waiting for a list of names to call, so I ran from the back of the office. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Diane Rogers and have the privilege of serving as the president and CEO of the Rancho Cordova Area Chamber of Commerce. I come before you today to just offer my thanks and gratitude on behalf of the Chamber for the support of the city on our recent Business Expo. I'm pleased to let you know that this was our 12th annual, well, we skipped 1 year, Business Expo, and we were pleased to welcome over 75 businesses. We had over 400 guests. And what I wanted to share with you was over 42 of those were hiring, so we turned it into a job fair as well. But most importantly, we could not have done this without the support of the facilities team here at the city. And it's my honor today to just express our appreciation and thanks. The facilities team always goes above and beyond. They put out chairs, they put out tables, they get rooms ready, they do everything for us in support of this event, and we could not do it without their support. So I don't have any specific names I'd like to call out, mostly because I think that probably virtually every member of the team was supportive of our efforts. So just thank you for that. Thank you to your facilities team and the good work that the group does, and I appreciate the effort on support of the city for this, our event that we hold. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Terry, that's all the speaker cards that I have, so if we could ask if there's any
Yep,
speakers
let's
via
move
Zoom.
over. Yeah, let's move over to Zoom. If anybody on Zoom would like to make a public comment, again, not on item 18.1 or 19.1. Those should be made at the time that they come on the agenda. If there's anybody that would like to raise their hand, now would be the time. If you have dialed in, hit *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, please use the raise hands feature. We'll give everybody a second here. I'm not seeing any hands raised. We'll give another 5 seconds. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised in Zoom. So with that, we will move on to council reports, and we will start off with Councilmember Gateway.
It's been busy. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of changes in the city. First off, I want to say thank you to the Cordova Community Council for an amazing 4th of July. I think it's the last time we talked. Yeah, it gets better, bigger and better, and I'm glad to see all my citizens actually showing up to the event. It was great. Great fireworks, and then it was fun being in the parade again. And I think we had over, 1,000 or 1,500 people that actually showed up for the parade, which is probably one of the largest that we've had and that I can remember, because everyone's ready for to get back out and see each other. I met with the Library Authority. I'm the chair of the Library Authority, and we went and talked about putting a library actually in the city of Rancho Cordova. And then we also talked about the future of the Library Authority. And then I was able to bring in from the Cable Commission, I think we netted about $600,000 that have now come in, and I sit as one of the chairs of the Cable Commission. And that's it. Hopefully lots more meetings as the city turns back on, as everyone takes July mostly off, except for poor David. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I don't see Siri here with us, so I will move on to Councilmember Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be really brief because we have a lot of people here for an important discussion item later. But I also want to thank my colleagues and city staff for their participation in the 4th of July celebrations. I'm chair of the Cordova Community Council, and 20 years ago, I was the guy in charge of the 4th of July event, and it has done remarkably well over those 20 years. As a matter of fact, this year, I do believe we set a attendance record for the events that happened in the park. 25,000 people paid to attend, if you can think about that sort of number. Now, don't get too excited. We still lost money on it, but that's not the point of the event. The point of the event is to celebrate our community, celebrate our nation, celebrate our independence. And we did that spectacularly well. Because if you looked at media during that weekend, or if you talked to people around town about where they were going to celebrate the 4th of July, we were just about the only game in town. Certainly the best game in town. I think Elk Grove did an aerial fireworks show, but didn't have anything near our volume or quality of that. Cal Expo, of course, did nothing, and then there were some small things here and there that don't really qualify as great celebrations. We had great concerts, 2 days of concerts, 2 days of fireworks, festival, and a parade. Garrett, I'm going to correct you a little bit. Years ago, I wondered how many people are on that parade route. So I, being a scientist, counted, right, and did some math. And it wasn't easy to wave to people and count, but I did it. And the estimate I had that day was 4,500 people on the parade route. Now this year, this was a Monday 4th of July parade, which I've done this enough years. That means our attendance is actually lower because people leave town when it's a 3-day weekend. But there must have been 3,000 people on that parade route, which makes it, I think, probably the largest attended parade in Northern California. So, and that's mainly our citizens who are there. We're drawing some people in with bands and other things, but it's a community parade. So we do really well, engaging our residents in these events. And I'm really proud of the Cordova Community Council and the staff work that goes into this to make it work here at the city, because that is part of what makes and contributes a lot to our quality of life. How many ways can you get together with your community and do something great? And in Rancho Cordova, the Cordova Community Council is providing us with something like 200 events a year. Now, this obviously is an enormous one. We have a lot of small ones, but nonetheless, it's a huge impact on us. I just thought this would be an appropriate time to recognize that. So thank you for that. As Garrett, I think you mentioned, I don't get July off. Yeah, so I've been an active coach for the Rancho Cordova Track Club, way more active than I anticipated I would be because our participation is up. I coach throwing for them. And the exciting thing is we have, last year we had 2 kids in Rancho Cordova who qualified to go to the Junior Olympics. This year we have 11. 11 kids qualified from Rancho Cordova to go to the Junior Olympics. A lot of them are throwers, I'll just say up front. But we are doing a magnificent job creating opportunity for these kids. And we have a special advantage this year because it's here in Sacramento. The Junior Olympics are next week at Sacramento State. So the entire nation's kids who are going to compete to see who's best at shot put and discus and all those running events. I guess they hold some of those there too at the Junior Olympics. But they're all going to be here, thousands of them competing, and our kids get to be on that stage with them. It's such a big deal. And it's going to inspire the next generation, and it's going to inspire more kids in our schools to participate in athletics and other things. And that's really good work done by the city and done by community members in building up that organization and getting this participation. Next year, the Junior Olympics are going to be in Oregon. So luckily, we can drive there. The year after that, it's going to be, I think, in Atlanta. So that'll be harder to get kids to the Junior Olympics, but nonetheless, I'm really excited about this program, and I think it mirrors a lot of what we're doing in other avenues of engagement with our youth and our kids and our schools and our families in Rancho Cordova, so I'm just proud of it, and that's the end of my report.
Thanks, David. Linda?
Yeah, so I want to agree with Garrett and David and compliment the Chamber on a wildly successful business expo again. It's hard to believe it's already been 12 years. But that's, time flies. And the 4th of July, as David says, it is spectacular. It is arguably, especially with Cal Expo shut down, the best in the region. He's so right. As we celebrate our own independence, when I'm in the parade and I see all these amazing people who have come to live with us from other countries, and it has always impressed me that they are there celebrating this most treasured of our holidays, and knowing that they probably have never had an opportunity like that in their home country. And so on Monday night, being able to greet those people on stage and welcome them to Rancho Cordova, and just remind them that as much as we are celebrating our independence, we know that there's a lot of them that have fought or are fighting for their independence at the same time, and how much we support them. It was my pleasure to again be asked to deliver the history presentation, the history of Rancho Cordova, to kids at City Hall. And this was live and in person, which is way more fun than doing it on Zoom. And the kids, like always, asked really on point questions. And I had 3 meetings it's been several weeks since we met. So I've had 3 meetings that were really important. Today we met with the people from Dignity Health, talking once again about Dignity's plans for their own corporation, as well as how Rancho Cordova might be a part of that. We had a meeting with the CEO or president of Sprouts and his staff. Sprouts, we believe, is going to be a wonderful community partner. And the cool thing is, when you start to talk to them about Soulborn Farm and other ways in which we have nutritional wellness, the school gardens and all that, and they already say they're best friends with Soulborn Farm. So it's nice to know that even before they have showed up here in Rancho Cordova, they're already invested in the community. And then we had a really heartwarming meeting with Regional Transit. Albert and I met with Henry Lee, the CEO, and they want to launch a program to hire the refugees from Ukraine to be bus drivers and to do other jobs within Regional Transit. As I have said many times, and we've all agreed, the Regional Transit, the school districts, nobody can find enough drivers. And RT has been aggressively working on this with in-person hiring events for several months now. And now they have a special program to extend that to Ukrainians. And that program is underway. And if this is really successful the way they think it will be, then they would also extend that to some of our other refugees, the Afghans, the Syrians. The cool thing about this, not only do people who get hired get a signing bonus, but also their families get a bus pass. So there are lots of perks, lots of reasons. Oh, and they will provide the training. I forgot to say that. You don't just get a bus. They provide the training. And there are lots of reasons to go out and sign up to drive a bus with regional transit. So that's my report. Oh, no, wait. We got a wonderful package. It was addressed to me, but Splash is one of the organizations around here that we support with the Community Engagement Fund. And we got these wonderful cards from Splash telling us how much they really appreciate the city participation. And I will put those in the council office for everyone to read. That's my report.
Thanks, Linda. I'll be very brief, just like David. I'm aware that we have a lot of people here that are interested in talking about some other items on the agenda. I want to echo everyone's comments around 4th of July. I think the one interesting interview that I hadn't really put it this way, but David and Garrett have said that we have one of the larger or the largest 4th of July events. But the report also pointed out we have one of the longest. We're the only one that actually takes 2 days to celebrate 4th of July. So we end up doing a concert on July 3rd. We come back, we do a parade, we do a fun run, then we open up a carnival. We do that all day. And then we have another concert and fireworks. So beyond the fact that, yes, we have the largest fireworks and the largest parade and all those other things, we do this over 2 full days. And so by the time we're doing interviews, the morning of July 4th, we're halfway through our celebration. So kudos to everyone that was involved. I think it was fantastic. And coming out of a pandemic where we did this last year to a limited extent, the fact we're able to come back with everything this year, I think was fantastic. The only thing I would add that I don't think you mentioned about the meeting with Sprouts is their target is early November to open. For any of you that are living, and I know there's a lot of folks here probably from Stone Creek that might have been wondering, we have been told that it's looking like the first few weeks in November they will be open. And they are looking to partner with the community and looking for ways to support nonprofits in the area, especially around food insecurity. And I know we've had a lot of work with the food bank lately that they were very interested in. And then the last thing that I would share is Linda and I had a very productive conversation this afternoon with Dignity Health and some of their new leaders in the region, and seemed very promising for additional work that we might be able to do together in the near future to ensure that we have adequate access for their members and our residents to top quality health services and healthcare. Okay, and with that, we'll move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll also be very brief. Just wanted to let the council and the community know that on last Friday, we had a presentation before the Cordova Community Council and Chamber of Commerce luncheon. Our own Steve Harriman made a presentation about the new state mandate of recycling of organics. It was a great presentation and a great deal of education that we need to do related to this new law from the state. Also on Saturday, on July 16th, we had the Great American Triathlon. This is, for those of you who may remember Epi's Great Race, this is the successor to Epi's Great Race after Mr. Johnson's passing. This is the race that has replaced it, and we had a team from the city that participated. We had, this is cycling, running, and paddling. And we had a team from the city who, with Stefan Heisler, who did the running, and Crystal Judish, who did bicycling, and Adam Lindgren, who did our paddling. So great showing. And I had the great honor of starting the race. So I was on the platform. I was on the platform and shot the gun, or should say, blew the horn. And Council, if I may also request, we lost a long time and a great member of our community, George Rachel, recently, and I would like to request that we close the meeting tonight in his honor.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a sec to add that to my notes here.
Cyrus, it sounds like we need to congratulate our team because I understand they were outstanding in their field.
Yes, I'm not sure I have the official rankings yet, but it's they did quite well.
Thanks, Cyrus. Yeah, I would also just say that from the news, it made it sound like it was in a different place than it has been in the past. They didn't say Rancho Cordova. They were saying Carmichael and some other areas in the Riverbend Park. So glad to hear that you were out there and representing us.
Well, that's unfortunate. We also hosted the Parkway Half Marathon, which I got to start. But Cyrus, they threw in the twist of not only did I have to start it, but I had to start it with a countdown thing happening in front of me, right? So you sort of had to talk and fill the time until you got, I mean, it felt like being a radio personality or something where a commercial's coming and you must end by this time. It was very challenging, but we also hosted the Parkway Half Marathon in addition to this great race. So we've got a lot of great recreation going on here.
Yeah.
And Cyrus, one other thing, Brenda Gustafson just made a comment here about protecting environmental spaces and doing appropriate weed control in those zones. I would like a follow-up on that comment if I could get one.
Yes, I'll be happy to.
The bee did get the location correct.
I think I was watching KCRA for the most part. Okay, thanks for all the reports. We'll move on to the consent calendar item. Consent calendar items consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. All items will be approved by one motion. Let's start with, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar item? Consent calendar, excuse me.
The city clerk's office has not received any public comment for items on the consent calendar.
And Mr. Mayor, I do need to make a brief announcement on item number 16.4.
So are you asking to pull 16.4 or you'd like to make the comment as we take the calendar?
Whichever is your pleasure, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll have you make the comment before we vote. I'm not seeing any hands raised in Zoom. Just a reminder, if you called in, it's *9 to raise your hand or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I'll give 5 seconds for that. Okay, colleagues, anything to pull?
Adam wants to make his comment.
We'll do that after we take the motion and before we take the vote. So I'll take a motion now if we have one.
And I will move approval of items 16.1 through 16.15.
Do I have a second? Okay, I have a motion and a second. City Attorney, if you'd like to make whatever comment on 16.4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Gatewood will be recusing himself from item 16.4. He has a financial interest in this item as a computer consultant to Sierra Asphalt and is recusing himself both under the Political Reform Act and also because he has a remote interest in the contract under Government Code Section 1091B3.
Thank you. Okay, so in the future, if that is the issue, then we should pull that item because we can't take the motion at the exact same time. So with that, we do not.
I will revise the motion to exclude 16.4.
So you're moving the calendar except for item 16.4 is what I've heard. David, are you amenable to that amendment?
I'll accept that, sure.
Okay. So we will vote on items 16.1 through 3 and 16.5 through 15. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gatewood is,
No, he's voting on it.
Yep.
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati is absent. Councilmember Sander.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Budge.
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Aye.
Okay, I'll be recusing myself because I am an IT nerd and I help with IT services for this company.
All right, get out of the room.
So I will move.
Wait, he needs to be gone first. Hang on.
Oh, he's out of my screen.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make him out of the room.
So I will move approval of 16.4.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Sander.
Aye.
Councilmember Pulapati is absent. Councilmember Gatewood is recusing himself. Vice Mayor Budge.
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Aye. Okay, the consent calendar is agreed to. Moving on to consent public hearing items. Consent public hearing items consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff. Unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration, all items will be approved by one motion. Let me start. Do we have any public comment on the consent public hearing calendar?
The city clerk's office has not received any public comment for items on the consent public hearing calendar. And I do not see any hands that are raised via Zoom.
Okay, colleagues, anything to pull from the calendar?
Yeah, I actually want to pull 17.4.
All right. Okay, 17.4. Anything else to be pulled, colleagues? Now's the time. Anything else?
Do you want to
Hearing
open
none? Oh, what?
Do you want to open the public hearing?
Oh, good point. So I'll open the public hearing. I don't have a gavel, but there you go. I've asked for public comment. We didn't have any. Any questions for staff or items to be pulled, colleagues? And we've already got 17.4 there. I'll close the public hearing. I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move the balance of the consent public hearing item agenda.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to vote on 17.1 through 17.3 and 17.5 through 17.6. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Sander.
Aye.
Councilmember Pulapati is absent. Councilmember Gatewood.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Budge.
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Aye. Okay.
So on 17.4, on 17.4, we don't need a presentation or anything. I simply want to abstain on this item because while I respect the fact that this project was approved decades ago, I disagree with the very small setbacks that they are proposing and requesting. We have a whole neighborhood on the south side of International where the setbacks from the back wall to the back fence are only 10 feet. I know what that feels like. I disagree that 6.82 and 5.29 are appropriate setbacks. And so somebody else can make the motion. I realize this is a very odd piece of property, and they are doing their best they can to squeeze as much as they can out of it. I don't think it's
Okay. Colleagues, you've heard her comment. I'll entertain a motion.
It is an interesting comment. I remember when this was originally discussed here at council, I had concerns about the connectivity of this parcel to the shopping center next door.
Yeah.
I think, as I recall, the only way out of this community is through its driveway entrance, as opposed to some sort of a pedestrian connection.
Well, they've actually done, I can't speak specifically to pedestrians, but they've done a pretty good job of going into the west side of the roundabout that separates Bark Avenue from Walgreens. And because there's sidewalks in that area, it is not logical that there would not be pedestrian connection up there, up through that area, which is then the way in which you would cross Sunrise at Herodian on the crosswalk.
You know, Linda, and the more I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, because I know I've recused myself from voting on the ARCO, and I believe these might be even closer. I might even suggest and entertain a motion to continue this item so that staff can research whether or not Garrett and I, at a minimum, may need to recuse ourselves from this, which would well, no, and with you recusing yourself or choosing to abstain, we don't have that. They don't have the ability to pass this tonight.
Well,
so because you bring up a good point, and now that I'm realizing which one we're talking about here,
yeah.
I would probably suggest at this point that we vote to continue the item, which at some point we're gonna have to figure out if Garrett and I need to recuse ourselves. But
Yeah.
I would say at a minimum, if we're not comfortable moving forward and we need to have a more fleshed out presentation, we should probably bring this back on the agenda as a hearing item.
I'll move to continue.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue. And Cyrus, Albert, Elizabeth, we should do our homework as to who's allowed to vote on this by the next time we bring it back, please.
Sure.
So a motion and a second to continue to a date uncertain. And I'm saying that specifically because this may take a while, and ultimately I think Linda's has some specific questions and concerns that we are going to need to be addressed. So with that, I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Gatewood.
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati is absent. Councilmember Sander.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Budge.
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Aye. Thank you,
And I'm
colleague.
sorry, I feel badly about it, but
No, I'm glad you brought it up, Linda, because as soon as you looked at it and then you said what you said, I was bringing it up to go, I know I looked at this last week. I thought I was okay with it. And now I'm realizing that's the same name that I honestly was, when I saw that name, I was thinking of somewhere else completely different, not
yeah.
that. So I appreciate you bringing it up because we need to be careful about it.
And Mr. Mayor, I had a couple of questions today about item 17.5 that revolved around its potential impact on housing developments that are proposed along Folsom Boulevard.
Frankly, David,
I've looked at that ordinance and it has no such impact.
okay, yeah, I was going to say too, we've already passed it too.
Right. I was going to make that comment before we passed it, but I just realized.
Okay, all right. Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to item 18.1, which is public hearing items, and we're going to start with the Logistics Center at Rancho Cordova Major Design Review Project. So I want to ascertain how many, because I know there's a lot of folks here that want to make a public comment, and I believe we do have some time constraints with council members' schedules tonight. And I do want to make sure that we hear from everybody. So we may not be able to accommodate 3 minutes for every comment. So what I would ask right now is if you're going to make a public comment and you're in the room, please give a comment card now to the city clerk. We're going to figure out what the order is and the number of commenters and then decide how much time we actually can allocate for commenting. If you are in Zoom and you want to make a public comment, now is the time to raise your hand or hit *9 if you're on phone. We're going to write down the order and the number of commenters that we have in Zoom at this time, and this will be your only time to raise your hand. So ask you again for 18.1. This is the Rancho Cordova Logistics Center discussion. Now would be the time to raise your hand if you are interested in making a comment, or if you're going to submit a public comment card. Now will be your only chance to submit a public comment card, which will be before we have the staff presentation. We will not be accepting comment cards after the staff presentation or after this time. And I'm going to take a 45-second break to allow people to raise their hands in Zoom and to allow anyone in the room, or even if you're in the American River room in the overflow and you're interested in submitting a public comment card, now would be your time to walk back into the room. I'm guessing, Stacy, or do we have somebody over there to take their public comment cards? Stacy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so what's the plan for people in the American River room to give us comment cards?
So we will have a staff member go over there and pick them up in just a moment.
Okay, so now again would be the time to fill out.
Micah.
Okay, now would be your time to fill out your comment cards, give them to Micah or some other staff member, if you're in the American River room, and we will call you back when it is your turn to comment. And again, if you're in Zoom, now is your chance to raise your hand. And I'm reminding you, you will not have another chance to raise your hand later. So do it now.
Zoom's having trouble raising their hand.
So I'm looking at 4. How many public comment cards do we have in the room, Stacy?
I believe I have 12. Let me count.
Okay.
Someone might want to describe how to raise your hand in Zoom, Garrett.
So if you're in Zoom, depending on your device, if you have an Apple product, it's in the top right-hand corner. In a lot of other devices, it's in the bottom middle. So far, I'm seeing 4 people with their hands raised in Zoom. And if we have 12 comment, if it's only 12 comment cards and then 4 in Zoom, and that's it, we'll probably just give everybody the 3 minutes. It'll take about 45 minutes to get through those comments.
I currently have 13 public comment cards. There are 11, 12 emailed public comments to acknowledge, and I see 4 hands raised in Zoom.
Me too. Okay, so I'm taking down the names in Zoom. And again, I'm going to go off of this list, not anybody that raises their hands later.
And there are no additional public comment cards in the overflow room.
Okay. And I've got for Zoom, and again, I'll give everybody one last chance as I read these names out. If I see one other hand come up, I will take it. But I've got Dawn, Daisy Piatti, Jenica Williams, Barbara Kropasek are going to be our commenters from Zoom.
Hey, Donald, hold on one second. Can they not get in right now? What happens when they hit the button?
My wife said it's trying to comment in Zoom and she can't.
What is it? Does it look like a little hand up, or what's she seeing right now?
What's the name, Garrett?
The what's your what? Jennifer Garcia. She's trying to get in, and the thing's not letting her click the raise hand button.
No, she's not even in Zoom. That name's not even in Zoom unless they're signed in under another name.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that name at all. I'll go ahead and put that name down. If we see that person later, we can come back to Jennifer Garcia.
Yeah, please. She's trying to get in right now.
Okay. We'll keep an eye out for that name and capture it. So I got 5 names in Zoom. We've got 13 public commenters in the room. Colleagues, if you're okay, I think we'll survive 3 minutes apiece for that. Usually if it goes over an hour, we take a look at lowering the comment period. So we'll say with 3 minutes. I'm just reminding folks now, this is your only time to do that. And so we've got our 13 comments in the room. We've got our 4 to 5-ish on Zoom. And so with that, I believe I'm going to turn it over to Nick Sosa and our planning department for the staff presentation for this.
Darcy Goulart, actually.
Oh, well, I got Nick on my list, but Darcy, go.
You do have Nick. Good evening, Mayor, Chair, members of the council. Darcy Goulart with the Planning Department. I will be providing the presentation this evening along with Albert Stricker, Public Works Director. And there's also some time allotted during the presentation for the applicant team. The purpose of tonight's meeting is we will provide a background on the Villages of Zinfandel Special Planning Area, recap the Stone Creek Community Meeting that was held on June 28th, provide some modifications to the project that have been presented based upon the last meeting, and then go over next steps. Before next steps, that's where the project applicant team will come in and submit some information on their project. And a correction, it was June 27th, I'm sorry. So the Stone Creek Community Meeting was held on June 27th. A notice was sent out to the entire Stone Creek community and over 150 residents were in attendance. At the community meeting, staff covered various aspects. So the history of the Villages of Zinfandel Special Planning Area, we talked about what is an SPA, the proximity to the airport and limitations that poses on the project. or projects in the area. A development agreement, what is that? What rights are vested under that? And any limitations on the design review process. So I'm just going to provide kind of a summary of that community meeting for the sake of the council, as well as any members of the public that were unable to attend. So one of the first topics we hit on was the special planning area. So it was established by the Board of Supervisors in 2000. And what it established was a different zoning criteria. And why was it established is SPAs are done for a few different reasons. One being is there's conventional or uniform zoning regulations that don't meet the specific geographical area, so they create a special planning area. Another thing is wanting to establish a different type of community or address certain concerns. In terms of what it actually regulates, in the case of the Villages of Zinfandel, there's various aspects to it. It talks about land use and zoning, density, permitted uses, setbacks, and other development standards. Additionally, with the proximity to the Mayfair Airport, which has an overflight and a safety zone, as well as noise contours, those various constraints further layer on what can be done within certain areas within the SPA. And that's what kind of generated the required uses, additional setbacks, and where those noise contours are located. So from that, on the screen before you is the Villages of Zinfandel Special Planning Area land use map. The numbers to the right, that's the overall highest and best square footage or dwelling unit intensity that was studied through the specific plan. So 2.45 million square feet of light industrial, 2.2 million of office, 348,000 square feet of commercial, approximately just under 1,400 single-family dwelling units, 340 multifamily, as well as various parks, open spaces, and schools. As part of the Villages of Zinfandel Special Planning Area, there were 2 EIRs that were done. The first one was certified in 1998 by the Board of Supervisors. A supplemental EIR was done and certified in 2002. Those joint efforts looked at various aspects of the environment. Various studies were done related to air quality, noise, traffic, water supply, biological impacts, geotechnical impacts, and so on. And a lot of those studies are related to those highest and best intensity uses that were shown on the previous screen. The next aspect to kind of just hit the highlights on in terms of the development agreement. So the Villages of Zinfandel does have a development agreement, and what does that mean? So it vests the rights to proceed with development on the property. Development agreements include various aspects. So consistency with the special planning area, mitigation monitoring and reporting program that was done, any sort of public financing plans that may be done. It also outlines the effective date of the DA. It can list permitted uses, density, intensity, timing and phasing of development, zoning, provisions for reservations of land, and location and size of transportation facilities. Adam, would you like to add anything additional to the DA? Okay. So moving on, I'm just going to give a very, this is not intended to include all the comments that we heard that night. But we did hear a lot of similarities from the community, and concerns were raised centered around traffic, such as the number of trips, directions of truck traffic. And this community meeting focused on all 4 projects that are being processed in the area, not one specific. How to ensure that trucks do not travel through residential areas, the various types of uses that would be permitted on the properties, and how those uses are vested via the DA and the special planning area document. Additionally, talked about the CEQA document that was done, any studies that were done, and any subsequent studies that have been done. Staff also provided some additional information regarding previous traffic analyses that were done, and how determinations were made for project consistency with previous CEQA documents. Additionally, we provide the community with the approved projects that have been seen either, actually all of these projects have been seen through the city. So I'm not going to go through each one of them, but there are various projects on the screen with various zoning designations. So obviously we have a lot of single-family residential that has been developed. We have a retirement residence, Goddard School. A lot of these uses are currently under construction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 3 being where the new sprouts is being constructed. A lot of grading is occurring in these areas as well as vertical construction. Projects 7, 8, 9, and 10 to the lower part of your screen. As you can see on the map here, some of those are under construction. And then number 6, which is off to the left of the screen, that is the California National Guard headquarters, which is well underway in terms of construction. For pending projects currently being processed by the Planning Department, we have 4. We have the Logistics Center, Stone Creek Commerce, GLP number 2, and Stone Creek Industrial Center. So we're gonna shift gears a little bit and go into the actual projects. We've given you a little bit of background overall in the community meeting, and shift a little bit into the actual physical project itself. So on the screen before you, outlined in yellow, is the project site. So it is just south of that California Department headquarters, over at Bear Hollow and North Mather. Just a quick project recap. The project was presented to council on April 18th and continued. There were a couple different issues that were raised by council, screening of commercial loading docks and the direction of commercial truck traffic in terms of how it flows through the site and the surrounding area. So as a result of that, which I'll go over in some additional slides, there was some additional landscaping provided and some additional conditions of approval for truck traffic direction. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Albert.
Good evening, Mayor Terry and members of the council. Albert Stricker with the Public Works Department. A traffic study was performed by Katie Anderson for the site, and they identified that the project is estimated to generate approximately 755 daily trips, including 34 to 91 truck trips. We compare that for consistency relative to the approved environmental document. And looking at that, the proposed project trip generation rate is 4.87 trips per 1,000 square feet. And this is less than the trip generation rate that was approved as a part of the 2002 environmental document of 6.97 trips per 1,000 square feet.
So in response to a council concern that was heard regarding the direction of truck traffic in and out of the project site, 2 new conditions have been added to the project that were made as part of just draft conditions that we added to the staff report for your reference. The first one, while I don't have the condition of approval on the screen verbatim, the goal of that condition that would be placed upon the project if it were to move forward would be restricting trucks from utilizing Bear Hollow Drive north of the project site and within any other residential roads that surround the project site. Accompanying that is an additional condition that has been added that would require signage to convey the restrictions to all the trucks leaving the facility. On the screen before you just shows in that darker kind of purplish red color the actual truck route that would be taken from trucks entering and exiting the site out to Zinfandel. The next issue that was raised was some additional visibility, or was visibility of the truck loading and parking area from the public right-of-way and the elevated bike trail. So in working with the applicant, they have provided 27 additional trees have been added to the landscape plan. Several trees have been switched out from a smaller size to larger sizes and switched out the actual species. And staff worked with their landscape architect as well as the city's arborist. Additionally, there was an increase in size of several trees along the eastern property line from a 24-inch box to 36-inch box trees. So this next visual that you see kind of shows the area where a denser trees have been added. So we've got a total of 159 24-inch box trees, 10 36-inch, and 26 48-inch. So if we start making adjustments to removing some of the 24-inch box and making those a little bit larger, what happens is the overall density of what they have proposed starts to compromise, and you start losing some of the smaller trees that may be, 15 gallons. So they would have to start to put bigger trees in. We might have to take out some of the smaller ones. So in looking at the plan and working with the city arborist as well as their landscape architect, the density that's being proposed and the size of the box trees will hopefully provide enough of the visibility screening that council was looking for, and I'll show you that on the renderings that are coming up. So council's requested before to see some 1, 5, maybe even 10-year growth of what that looks like. So from Bear Hollow, looking at the parking lot entrance, you can see these two different renderings that they have provided in terms of the 1, 5, and 10-year growth of the proposed new landscaping density. The loading dock area visibility from the bike trail, so at a 1, 5, and 10-year growth. On the screen you see before you what that would look like from those utilizing the bike trail. With that, we're going to take a pause in the staff presentation and turn it over to the project team to present their slides, and I believe Persephone is going to pull up their presentation.
Is there a clicker? Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Michelle Smyra here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Dermody Properties. Will the presentation show up here? There we go. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. We do have some other folks on the Zoom, so if there are questions specifically to the applicant, they are on our legal team. We've got our landscape architect and also our traffic engineer as well, if any of those questions come up. There we go. Just a brief background on Dermody in general. Dermody really prides itself on the communities that they go into. They weave themselves into the fabric of the communities, and it's important for them, and they're proud of the projects that they have. You can see this by the amount of projects and the community benefit that they provide. So this evening, we're not going to go back through the whole project. We appreciate staff going through that. It's been in multiple council packages. It's on the city's website. We really do want to acknowledge, though, the concerns that we've heard from the community and from some council members as well. I know the community meeting was broader, right? It encompassed 4 different projects. Can't speak to those 4, but do want to acknowledge the concern as they relate to this and to others as well. So from what we heard, and we encompassed them into the buckets, were visual, noise, emissions, and traffic, a couple different components underneath the traffic. We do want to get the feedback from council, from the community tonight. We appreciate the opportunity that this is more informational and that we'll be back with you in the next couple weeks. And to the extent we can answer questions tonight, we're happy to do that. So on the visual, that was a concern. Darcy just walked through the landscaping that's going to be augmented based on those comments. The other thing that we're working on is a line of sight visual or an illustrative to be able to show what it is going to look like. You know, Darcy was able to show from, again, the landscaping, and as it matures, this will be different points. So it will be street view, it will be from the closest residential, and from the air path behind us. Again, the concern was the view from the street. What are we going to see when we drive by? In particular, in the first few years when the tree canopy has not matured. And so the question was, are we just going to see trucks and tractors and loading bays? What does that look like? It's not. Those are all very internal to the project. So driving by, you'll see the building as itself, and then you'll see the tree canopy as that starts to go up. So that will not be visible from the exterior. If there are those companies that need further space, this really wouldn't be appealing to them, right? They're going to look for a property that has more yard space if they need that type of capacity. The noise assessment that was done, or the acoustical study that was done, it put us actually below where we needed to be. You see in the staff report, it talks about 55 decibels. We are below that. So we meet the city's, well, county at the time, code requirements on that. Emissions was something we also heard, certainly with truck traffic. Again, I think that the comments were based on 4 projects, but specific to this project, the one thing we did want to point out, The California Air Resources Board has continually updated their regulations and mandates. All new vehicles that come into fleets in California January 1st, 2024 must be electric. For those incorporating existing fleets in, there's a phase out. So by 2025, it's 50% of the fleet, and by 2027, it's 100%. So that naturally, in general, is going away. Traffic, this was certainly a big one, and we want to acknowledge that. And specifically what we were hearing was the concern around the traffic around the schools, in addition to the neighborhoods and the communities, but the interaction of a school with large trucks. We have, I don't need to repeat these, Darcy just walked through them, but we have agreed, outside of the additional signage, is to work with Albert and his team to identify other types of control devices. You can see what was done on Spotto just a block away. That may be it. We'll let the engineers come up with what that's actually going to look like. But we'll absolutely be working with the city to make sure that it is a deterrent or a detractant for large trucks through that area. As I mentioned, we wanted to keep this brief. We know there's a lot of commenters. We want to hear those. We want to take those in and also get feedback from council. Any questions for us or our team?
So colleagues, we can go ahead and take questions for the presenter and staff now, and then we could go to public comment, or we could take public comment first. What would you like to do?
I would say maybe some questions, just to clarify.
Sure.
Go ahead, David.
So the noise, was that decibels at peak or decibels on average? Do you know how that study was done? And the reason I ask is, I used to live in Stone Creek, and when I did, I lived sort of on the side that was closer to the canal and where the recycling of automobiles was done. And at that point, about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, anytime a forklift backed up, you would hear beep, 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 beep. 24 hours a day at my house, I would hear beep, beep, beep somewhere in the distance if a window was open. That was really not acceptable from a noise point of view. But, you know, average decibels, it probably didn't cause a problem. So I'm wondering, you know, as you hook up trucks, unhook trucks, as you move trailers around, as you open doors, close doors, are there gonna be sounds like that, either beeps or, you know, loud bangs that are sort of disturbing, but on an average noise basis, you wouldn't notice it?
I may defer to Darcy and George, but it was my understanding that they do look at peak hours, but then they also do a cumulative assessment. Is that accurate, Darcy?
That's correct. I have the noise study in front of me, and when they're doing, the average comes into play when they're doing the existing noise conditions, and then they take that into consideration with the project and then do their cumulative output. So based upon what I see in the study, they're below what our maximum thresholds would be for daytime and nighttime.
I see there's a reference made to whatever traffic control devices the city engineer thought would be necessary. You're imagining something there, camera system, license plate reader, something like that?
You know, I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I know what was done on Spotto was potentially something, it's you know, signage is one opportunity, but we know people typically like the path of least resistance. And so if there's another type of perhaps physical deterrent, that may be better. And whether or not that looks like, I don't even know what that's called that they did there, but that curb, a bulb out, you know, something that physically doesn't make it appealing for trucks to go down that road and detracts them into taking a path that gets them there.
Right, because the other routes go back a large park with tons of kids at it and sports activities, and the other route's a school, or schools if you count the preschool that's there.
Correct.
Is there a restriction in hours of operation that you guys are putting it forward?
There's not a restriction currently. There's noise restrictions in general that the city has, but there's not in terms of the businesses that would be operating.
Right.
There's not.
Only for the construction?
Correct.
And I'm curious about the trees. You know, it's been an ongoing problem, I would say, in my 20 years of some type of leadership here in Rancho Cordova, where the applicant will come in and say, yeah, we went from a 24-inch tree to a 36-inch tree, and the net effect on day one is probably negligible. Year 5, maybe there's a growth difference. I'm not sure. But I'm wondering, why isn't something more of a barrier to seeing the structure available on day one? Aren't there better options than 24, 36, or 48?
Yeah, I would defer
Something
to.
more substantial, maybe another.
Something with more bulk.
Right, and height.
It's a great comment, and I think it's one we can definitely take a look at. I know our landscape architect is on the line, and he may be able to address that, but I wouldn't suggest that's off the table if that's a concern, ongoing concern.
So the height of the structure as proposed is 40?
Yes.
40 feet? Certainly that exceeds, what's going on in the neighborhood. That really isn't in line with what would have been a warehouse, I think, 20-some years ago when the county approved the zoning here. But under this, no. But under the SPA, apparently that consideration, and Adam, city attorney, you can correct me here if I'm wrong, but apparently that consideration isn't locked in. In other words, we can't say you should only be at 25 feet because that's what a warehouse was 25 years ago. So you are committed to a higher height, a 40-foot height. You couldn't exist at some lower height?
I don't believe it could. I would defer to George, who's on the call, but I don't believe so. That is, those users, that is the height that they're looking for.
I'm sorry, can people hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I explained in our last meeting together that what I think a common goal for city and for the developer is to have a Class A product. And this 40-foot panel height allows you to do a 32-foot clear building. And for building of this size, that gets you into that kind of Class A category. Rancho Cordova has plenty of Class B and Class C product, and that really is a better product to attract the best employers.
I'm not certain that would have any sort of positive effect on the neighborhood in terms of better or Class A.
I think that obviously this project is going to generate jobs, and the jobs are going to be somewhere close to the parking ratio. And, I think a number of those employees will be residents of Rancho Cordova. Typically happens. And so, there are people who will benefit and appreciate it.
Okay. I will note just with staff, one of the standard design review questions is, does this somehow enhance the character of the neighborhood? Is it in line with the character of the neighborhood? Even, is the scale compatible to the neighborhood? Does this use work with the neighborhood? My answer to almost all those questions is no. But within the design review context, are those enforceable ideas, or are those just suggestions? Otherwise, legally, are those enforceable to say that the scale is not compatible with the neighborhood?
I think we can perhaps come back at the next council meeting with a more detailed conversation about exactly what the SBA and the SBA design review standards say in those regards. But some of what you've just said is stated by recollection of your city design review approvals. And as we've explained here, the rights that are vested here are vested under the design review and the SPA. So we would bring back and explain again in more detail some of those criteria from the SPA.
So all of this process that we're in is basically an old county process that existed previous to our incorporation. So we haven't been able to alter it because of this development agreement that's in place. And we have to live as if we're the county board making decisions about their old policy.
Correct.
I don't know if we have to make the decision.
Yeah, during I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, I was just going to say that, just to clarify, it's that we're constrained by previous decisions of previous bodies, not necessarily we have to agree with it. It's that we don't necessarily have the choice to make our own mind up, right?
So it's not our own design review standards, it's whatever the county's design review standards were 20 years ago.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, that's all the questions I have at this point.
Thanks. Any other questions for staff or the applicant?
I have one.
Go ahead, Linda.
Actually, I have one for staff and one for the applicant. Thinking about the California National Guard, Darcy or Albert, on their west side of their building, and I guess we'll find out tomorrow in our tour, but do they have any provision for large trucks that would leave the National Guard, or even military vehicles that would leave the National Guard and then use Air Park to Famoyer to International to get back to the freeway?
Councilmember Budge, unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with the site plan as it didn't come to us for approval, but I don't, in just my recollection of the last time I looked at it, I don't recall that they have like a large trucks parking staging area. Maybe if we could go back to staff's presentation, one of the aerials shows the development, and we might be able to see it on there.
And that's okay. I know the area you're talking about, and it just occurred to me to wonder whether trucks are being funneled out that Air Park to Famoyer to International Matherfield Road to get back to the freeway, and it might be a good idea just to have these trucks go out and do the same thing, in addition to going out North Mather to Mather Boulevard, because right this minute, I think there was a true tangent created at North Mather and Mather intersection, but it's not signalized. It is a stop sign, and people tend to speed on Mather Boulevard. So just in terms of how we get truck traffic into and out of here in the safest possible manner, that would be something to consider. So for the applicant, the question I wanted to ask was about architecture. And I appreciate the fact that of all the warehouse buildings we've seen so far, this one probably is one of the better looking ones. But personally, I'm getting tired of gray buildings. That's minor. Secondly, I'm wondering if there could be more articulation, either horizontally or vertically, that would help to minimize the appearance of this building while we're waiting for the trees to grow.
Well, we can, if somebody could flip back to one of the building elevations, it would help me speak to that question. That's great. Thank you.
So there's a little bit of both vertical and horizontal articulation, but not so much.
Well, we tried to, I understand your comment. We tried to create a lot of massing and articulation at that prime corner right there, which is what everybody's going to see and where, the tenant will put their office space. But the warehouse walls, what we tried to do there is provide, I guess you can't call it articulation, but a rhythm to the panel with those kind of varying heights of the blue stripes. We could certainly look at a design where those warehouse walls that flank, if you will, that come off of the prime office corner, the office corner, we could look at altering the parapet height to create some of that articulation. Is that in line with what you're thinking?
Yeah, that begins to address
Yeah.
the comment. And obviously you don't want to pull it down so low that you're obviously at this size, masses of HVAC units become visible.
Yeah.
Even from street side, that there's always that concern, and especially when you've got terrain that's coming down off of the higher area that is Mather Boulevard and the Mather Boulevard and the area around the end of the runway.
Mhm.
But yeah, if you could look at something like that.
Hi, this is Leticia DeBrito. I'm with the architect Ware Malcolm, the design.
Hello, Leticia.
Hi, I just wanted to note also that one of our constraints with some of the vertical articulation is actually the 40-foot clear. As George mentioned, with our 32-foot clear height, but of course trying to keep our building massing within the 40 feet, that is one of the constraints that would limit us from perhaps more exaggerated tower elements, which we understand can be appealing from a street perspective. And that's where what George was talking about with those vertical rhythmic up and down blue stripes, or with those lapped panels, we are trying to still give articulation, move away from just a box, but still respect that 40-foot maximum panel height.
And I'm looking at,
Okay, so
we'll let us study it, because I have one idea that I want to review with Leticia. And so let us study that, council member, and come back to you with
okay.
some.
I understand Leticia's comments, and personally, having as a planner represented all the fast feeders in the world, I'm not interested in tower elements, things like that with pediments and whatnot. It just seemed like if there were an opportunity to bring some sections down a little bit, or even create a better pop out. And I think I get your point about the I know the scale is large, but the smaller pieces between like the gray and the white that look like they were probably horizontal something or other.
Yeah, we have several panels which are overlapping.
Yeah.
So each of these panels are typically about a foot thick on these entry elements. So there are 1 foot in and out steps throughout the entry, in addition to canopies and that wing wall to focus and add some more visual interest to that entry corner.
George, do you anticipate this being just a 1-tenant building?
I do. It's set up to accommodate 2 tenants if that's what the market requires, but most likely it'll be a single tenant building.
So how would you modify, if this were a 2-tenant building, how would you modify the architecture to give the second tenant equal presentation on the building, but maintain the screening and provide everybody an opportunity for just a physical entrance for their employees?
Yeah. So the opposite corner here. So if you're looking at that first image there, so you can't see it, but as you head left down to the parking lot, that corner down there actually has a very nice office element. We actually cut the building back to create a little employee plaza out there. And so we've already planned for it to be two tenants, if that in fact is what, is required. It's,
So
that office element is maybe not as, I can't remember, Leticia, it might be a little bit lesser than this one, but
It's
That's,
just about the same. I think just the
Is it-
glazing elements don't extend quite as far since it's not a street frontage, and we typically in a two-tenant situation would anticipate smaller office spaces.
yeah,
And of course, the last thing we want to do is put a window that's going to give you a view of the interior of the
Right.
warehouse.
right. Never pretty.
So that's where I was going to go with it, because obviously this the entrance, the featured entrance that we're looking at is the southeast corner of the building. So you're talking about the southwest corner of the building, which is farther away from the street.
Yes.
And the entrances, just thinking about how this might evolve if you had a request for two tenants.
It wouldn't change anything from a circulation standpoint. I mean, again, that top left picture, that is the entrance to the employee parking area, visitor parking, whether it's for the front tenant, if you will, or the back tenant. And then all trucks would be going in the entry, that you see in the lower left-hand corner, right there off of Bear Hollow. So the building would not be set up to, it would be maintain a common automobile court and a common truck court. There would be no separation of the two.
Okay, so this set of three photos that we're looking at the bottom is the north side of the building adjacent to the National Guard.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I did point out also in response to one of the earlier comments about interim screening until the vegetation has grown in. At that corner, there is currently in our approved plans fencing. I think the renders make it perhaps seem a little translucent, but the plans that per the planning requirement have called out that fencing to be solid. And the reason to not provide it on the back from the trail is that the elevation of the trail is actually above unless we provided a fence
Right.
Yeah, and just to clarify further too, it's solid, it's 10 feet tall, and there's a gate there that will be closed, one for security, but also for view, obscuring purposes during non-operational hours. So it'll be tough to see into the truck court when you're driving by. In fact, I would suggest that you shouldn't be looking right or left. It's just going to be hard to see into the truck court. The other thing I want to just mention too, this came up about the trees. If you look at that one picture on the lower right-hand corner, as the trees get, and Darcy mentioned this, but as the trees get bigger, you lose the layering effect of multiple trees. And so I would just caution that personally, I think, and I think the landscape architect would agree with me, that having multiple trees in different alignment provide a better filter than one big tree in the center of the lawn area or the planting area.
Actually, we have experienced that along Zinfandel in the planting around VSP.
Yeah.
They did the same thing. Multiple layers of different kinds of trees. And it has been pointed out over time, it's been quite effective.
Yeah, it's a good way to go.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff or the presenters? I think Garrett, you're.
I want to wait till after the constituents speak.
Okay.
I have two follow-up questions, if I could, Mr. Mayor. One is, why is the building so close to Bear Hollow? Is there a way to orient it differently? Further away from Bear Hollow, allowing for more landscaping, more visual barrier?
Maybe if we could, there's an image on here that shows the site plan, but while somebody's flipping to that, that would, yeah, there you go. I mean, that would mean a smaller building. We're already below the allowed coverage ratio. This alignment, I think, works the best. And that's best in as far as hiding the truck court. That was our goal. We didn't think that the National Guard would care so much about that view. They have a very extensive parking lot on the other side of our fence, as well as solar parking lot, solar shade structures. So we just felt this was the best orientation for everybody.
So it's simply to maximize the size of the building that puts it that close to the sidewalk and the street on Bear Hollow?
It's to utilize, I guess I might take issue with the way you're phrasing that, but it's to utilize, to achieve the coverage ratio that we're allowed, utilizing the setbacks that are allowed.
Yeah, I'd say yes and no also. Even the particular alignment of the building is done so that that frontage as you move towards the residential areas gets thicker and allows for more coverage and screening of the docks. There's been a good amount of iterations of the site plan to, what we hope and what we present is what we believe is the best compromise between both meeting our allowed coverage, but also providing sufficient screening in the ways that benefit the adjacent users.
And second question was there any physical way to have trucks exit on North Mather as opposed to Bear Hollow?
So physically it could be done, but what we don't do and nobody does is you don't want to mix trucks and automobiles because somebody's going to get hurt or truck driver's going to hit a car at the least. And so that driveway off of North Mather is there exclusively for, cars can use it, but the fire marshal wanted that access as well. My preference would be to eliminate it entirely, but it was important to the fire marshal.
David, you're also going up a hill there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
steep.
how much of a grade is an issue.
It's really steep. It's too steep for a truck. You just wouldn't. And again, you don't want a truck coming into an employee parking area. It's just bad traffic design.
David, anything else?
Nope, I'll have comments later for staff.
Me as well. With that, we'll move on to public comment. We'll take the commenters in the room to begin. So Stacy, if you could read the first three commenters, and I would ask, again, we have a lot of commenters tonight. If you hear your name, please get up and start queuing behind the podium. So let's call the first three, and if we could have all three of you come up, we'll take you one at a time, and then the next three. But again, let's not wait for somebody to walk from the back of the room. Go ahead, Stacy.
The first speaker is Paul Carroll. Following Paul is James Garcia, and then Marilyn Metzger.
Thank you.
And Stacy, could we project on this?
Yes, it kind of works via Zoom, but not really. So those who are participating by Zoom might not be able to see it very well, just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just direct any commenters or speakers that have handouts or things that they'd like to project to also email those to the rest of the council, because for those of us on Zoom, we will not be able to see it.
Yeah.
So we talked a little bit about the 4 warehouse projects. I'd just like to do a quick summation of those. The 4 projects will have 1.6 million square feet of warehouse space, which includes the Bold Beauty warehouse that already exists. And using ratios supplied or sourced from K.D. Anderson and Associates, it indicates that when fully occupied, that'll generate about 2,750 trips daily. And of those, 975 will be trucks, assuming, of course, that all 4 projects are warehouses. So if you look at the aerial view that those of you that have it available, think about the residents, those 1,600 residents of Stone Creek, and the pollutant from 975 truck trips a day, and what's happening to those residents. Think about the amount of diesel exhaust those people will be exposed to between North Mather, Baroque, and Highway 50. This is one of your neighbor's biggest concerns. along with traffic and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm back. James Garcia again, resident of Stone Creek. Have comments on this. Spoke once before about the city having a website that had zoning code into it, produced that our business professional zone that this particular project is labeled for was prohibited by design. The city decided to rebuke everything I said no, it's our website sucks, it doesn't work, and you decided to modify it, and guess what? You made my neighborhood conditionally approved for a warehouse. You decided to take it down, but I have a nice little PDF copy of it. So your department and your guidelines really suck, just to let you know. And another thing is your trees that you're desiring. We are in a drought year after year. Residents are required to go ahead and reduce their water by about 20-25%. What about commercial properties? Think about that. Can you build a property, have a big, humongous 40-foot tree that you expect in 20 years to grow? No. Some of these modifications you have is a Chinese pistachio tree. I have one in my front yard that Sacramento Shade Foundation gave me. It's been there for about 3 years. It's now 12 feet tall. Woohoo! This ground is made up of clay, granite. We were a mining dredge here. This ground cannot sustain any of this type of tree structure. You need to think about that. And if you're asking about, oh, I can't build a bigger tree because it's going to modify it, what happens when all these trees that were a 36-inch, could have been a 24, could have been a 48-inch pot, all grow? They're going to blossom, they're going to mature, they're going to go ahead and get all over everything. So it means you don't have to remove anything. You can build a bigger tree if you absolutely have to, but don't worry. Cedars are nice wildfire hazards. Electric vehicles that you pop in there saying that that's the ordinance? No. Big rigs have air brakes, backup cameras. I hear everything at my house. When I have my back door open, if I have my window open at night, I hear all the drifters out there. You're just creating a bigger hazard at 24/7 operation. You have another thing, traffic routes. Why would a developer actually produce a flyer before a project's even fully approved with ingress, egress routes before those requirements? Now you're saying you'll put in some nice berms. Trucks will go wherever the heck they want. This is not the way to do it. And it's up to the Public Works. There's no official saying, yes, it's going to be done. There's no official word on this. Conditional approvals, yeah, right. Take it all down. Your Z-Spa has a 24 to 40-foot limit in it. You are trying to bypass it. Again, remember, business professionals should not be warehouses, even if it was vested rights. This is stupid.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Metzger from Stone Creek. I had a whole thing planned. Don't worry, I'll email it to you. I want to clarify, the project that we're talking about today is 155,000 square feet, correct? It's got 28 bays. So out of 28 bays, you're going to get only 34 to 91 trucks per day. And the other are going to be vehicles, cars, 755 trips of cars and delivery vans. What's the clarification on that? And if that's that number, the one across the street that's scheduled to be 550,000 square feet, if you extrapolate, which we extrapolate
Ma'am, can you speak into the microphones for those of us that are on Zoom and on
Sorry.
TV? We're not able to hear you. So
I
make
don't
sure. Well, hang on, hang
do
on.
this as a rule. We don't do this in Pilates.
No, that's okay. Stacey, go ahead and
Okay.
stop her time for a second. No, hang on. Stacey, go ahead and stop her time.
All right. So
And
the one
ma'am,
across.
no, hang on. Trying to help you out here. Make sure that you're making your comments towards the council members and looking forward, and that way everybody at home and on TV will be able to hear.
I was kind of looking at the Public Works guy because these
No,
are
I know.
his
That's why I'm
numbers.
That's why I'm saying don't do that. Look at the council members. That way they can hear you. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead,
All
Stacey. You
right.
can restart.
All right.
Thank you.
So the one across the street is 550. So if we extrapolate that out, that's 76 to 364 trucks per day. And then if we have the one that is at Baroque and Zinfandel, which I know is not the issue tonight, but that is scheduled to be about 350 to 400 truck trips per day, because they have 206 bays in those 4 buildings. All of these are going to go on to North Mather and then connect with Zinfandel and go up Zinfandel to 50. Have we figured out the traffic flow that goes past that? How many trucks can line up at North Mather to turn left onto Zinfandel? How many can get on the on-ramps or the off-ramps at the same time? And now we're talking about taking them over onto Mather through the Mather complex into the freeway. The other thing I wanted to suggest or talk about was the proposed project as of item 4 on your memorandum that came on Friday. Says will not create conflicts with vehicular, bicycle, or pedestrian transportation modes of circulation. I don't think there's one person in this room that believes that's true. How can you put that many cars? Let's not forget the National Guard is going to have 1,100 employees. They have cars too. They will have trucks. It's a military building. It will have trucks. And if we believe that there is that this statement is part of a legal criteria, that's at the end of your memorandum from Friday. You say that it will not create any conflicts. If it's a legal criteria, does that mean you are legally culpable if there are accidents, if there are children hit, if the trucks do speed through red lights like they already do? And I really would love to know what the benefit to the city is. Where's the revenue? What payback are you guys getting for raping this community and our neighborhood?
Next speaker, please. Stacey, let's do the next 3, please.
The next speaker is Eileen Sedelko. Eileen, are you in the room? Yeah. Okay, follow. I didn't know what to speak right away though, so. That's okay. Eileen will be followed by, well, I have a card for you. Following Eileen will be Jim Zazera and then Mitch Schoenwick. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Jim to go first ahead of me because I need to get my, is that okay?
No, we're going to go in the order that Stacey has the cards. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, which one
So-
of these am I doing?
Whichever.
That one right there.
This one?
Get your stuff ready, though. Don't come on. Get your stuff ready.
Well, I know what it is. One of the ideas that I wanted to throw out there is for people to get a general idea of what the size of these buildings would be. And I guess there's an idea out there. My husband happens to be an architect, retired, but he had the idea that if, I guess it's commonly done, to put balloons up, leave them up for a week, you string them up to where the height of the building would be. And the people in the neighborhood then would be able to get an idea of what it is you're looking at all the time, the height of the building, because what I keep hearing is that the size of the building is really a big deterrent to just, and I think it was brought up earlier, you know, what we want this area to look like. When I drive through Tracy and all these places over off of Power Inn and I see these ginormous buildings, which is what these are going to be, I'm so upset for what our area is going to look like. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Next comment. Next speaker, please.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Although these have been highlighted, I wanted to highlight concerns about the traffic and the accompanying environmental impact of smog, diesel particulate matter, especially as it affects Navigator Elementary School. I appreciate in the presentation and the report that non-passenger and commercial vehicles related to this project will be restricted to using a specific portion of Bear Hollow Drive to and from North Mather. I appreciate the fact that the report asks that traffic devices will be designed to require commercial vehicles to use only the designated route. Those are important tools to implement restriction and signage, but my concern is that while it's easy to require something, it's a bit more difficult to enforce a requirement. So in that light, I have 4 questions. Most of these have been addressed, but let me say them one more time. What traffic control devices will be utilized and where will they be put to ensure that this happens? Number 2, what will be the enforcement mechanisms, such as something like stiff fines when a requirement is violated? And on top of that, number 3, how will the enforcement take place? Some of us would like to see dedicated police enforcement paid for by the applicant. And then 4, will this ban and enforcement also apply during construction? It seems that that would also be a very important time to have that. So I appreciate this concern for air and noise pollution, and that it's important to all of us, but especially I think it's critical that this dedicated enforcement happens during school hours so that all of us are protected, especially our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mitch. Thanks for allowing me to speak here, and I've not done public speaking ever. So I was wondering if we can get an updated environment and air quality study. I don't believe one's been done in over 20 years. I have asthma, and you can probably hear it in my voice. I live less than 1,500 feet from this proposed monstrosity. There's going to be a bunch of diesel trucks there. It's going to affect my health even more. I'm already dealing with asthma and other issues. What's going to be done? How can you mitigate that? Diesels pollute. From the terse sound studies that we just heard, 40 decibels, you claim it's quieter than a refrigerator. Have you stood next to a diesel truck? Those things are not quieter than a refrigerator, I'm sorry. My husband is a doctor. He does work at a hospital full time. He rotates through night shift. Is he going to be kept up all day trying to sleep from these diesels? And I'm worried, and he's worried, that this could potentially affect or adversely affect patient care if he's not getting his sleep. And tonight you approved the 16.5, which was the Rancho Village 3. There's a couple of interesting quotes in there. One of them is the city of Rancho Cordova wants to have long-term strategy of creating a unique urban environment. How is a warehouse friendly? Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Stacey, can we call our next 3 or 4 commenters, please, or speakers?
Next speaker will be Mary Miller. Following Mary will be Joe Bedry. Following Joe will be Sarah Malone.
Hi, I'm Mary Miller. I live right off Bear Hollow on Verdeca Way. Right up Bear Hollow, just after the Navigator School, is the California National Guard headquarters. My biggest concern, which has been expressed by others, is the traffic, just the noise pollution. But more than anything else, I am concerned about the look of our neighborhood. This is where our homes are. My husband and I bought our home in 2003. We are an original first time owners. We moved in the beginning of this community when it was building, and we had no idea that just up the street we were going to have these huge warehouses that could potentially bring down our home values. So I'm very concerned about that, just the whole look of the neighborhood. And just, you know, I just think that it's just a bad idea. And if this can be re-evaluated through an updated environmental studies that are reflective of 2022, And also to start reviewing the traffic, do an updated traffic report on the impact that these warehouses are going to have on our community, and the safety and just the overall look. We bought our homes here thinking that they would appreciate it, and we don't want to see them all values decrease because of these warehouses. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, all. In brief, the two projects are not, the residential and the commercial, they are not compatible. They are too close for comfort. And talking about the original plan and the rules, like if it is a Bible or the Constitution, which you cannot change or do anything with, always put the burden on the residents. That's not right. I think my only option is to vote down anyone who support these projects. It's either nice residential area or very good commercial area, industrial area. But you cannot have them two together so close. It have enough noise pollution from the airport. You adding to it. You are encircling Stone Creek with industries and warehouses and stuff. You will drive out the residents out. It will become not suitable for living. That's all. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. There we go.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sarah Malone. I'm a resident of the Stone Creek community. The Sacramento County definition of business professional that the city is bound to in their development agreement states that a business professional zoning district is intended to promote a harmonious development of business and professional office areas with adjacent commercial or residential development. To me, this would appear to imply that there shall be a transition between business professional and residences. Where is this transition that was planned with the original business professional zoning? Excuse me. As residents of this community, we request a significant transition/buffer between our homes and commercial warehouses, not a landscape buffer of trees, which seems to be the only sound mitigation proposed for these projects, and a visual mitigation, but rather a transition of either lower buildings of a true business professional nature or distance of a natural setting with 1,000 to 1,500 feet setback. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we have our next three speakers, please?
Next speaker is Kate Carroll. Following Kate Carroll is Helen Whalen Bashaw. And then SRI, Suri. Okay, those are the next three.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kate Carroll from Stone Creek, and you've heard me before. I had a whole presentation that I was going to give, and actually I've changed it a bit. But the topic I want to address, and it's really in relationship to the broader projects. Excuse me, I also have respiratory issues, so that's my voice, what's coming across in my voice. Air quality is extremely important to residents of our area. In 2012, the International Agency for Cancer Research classified diesel exhaust as a known human carcinogen. And the state of California's Air Resource Board says 70% of cancer risk comes from diesel exhaust. Currently, most if not all semis are burning diesel fuel. If a total of up to 900 truck trips occur daily, I fear huge health concerns for this community. While I was happy to hear that electric trucks are being mandated going forth, my concern is the here and now. And the fact that an applicant developer may say that that's going to happen, but do they really have any control over the trucks that appear in the facility that the tenant brings in or allows to bring in? We could face several years of semi-truck traffic and thus diesel exhaust, which is known to be a health hazard. As a person with a chronic lung condition, my respiratory health is of great importance, and numerous neighbors have shared their health concerns as well. There are those currently battling cancer and those who have survived it and do not wish it to return. The goal of ensuring healthy air to breathe is the goal of many agencies throughout our nation and state. I anticipate our city shares that goal. So I'm asking that we look at another environmental review that is more appropriate to 2022. Thank you.
My name is Helen Whalen Bashaw, and I'm here because I'm seeing a trend happening with all these projects throughout Rancho Cordova. I don't live in their area, but what I'm concerned about is the fact that you're adding tractor trailers. You already have other businesses out there, the military with all their vehicles, and I'm concerned about the noise. Once this place is built, and if it violates your noise requirement, your lighting requirement, these people are going to be filing complaints left and right. I don't see anything that actually shows the light fixtures. You have, the building is going to be taller than the houses. So are the shift workers going to have a problem with the lighting at night? The people who maybe get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work, are they going to have problems with the glaring lights at the time that they're going to bed? You talk about you have gates. Nothing's been mentioned about what kind of gates you have, how frequently they're going to be closed, what type of tracking system or controls you have on that gate, what kind of noises are the gates going to add. You also talk about let me see, under construction or anytime you do work, any person, my opinion, any person in the area of the construction should be given a rebate on their solar panels because you're going to emit dust into the solar panels. Just what happened over in the Casas area when they brought the goats and sheep in. Person had installed 44 panels coated in dust. My house, which is not that far from it, my panels have to be cleaned. Someone next to the orchard paid $320-some to have their panels cleaned prior to the goat stampede on Sterling Park Drive, and their panels now have to be cleaned. The neighbor next door has brand new panels. The dust is going to travel into these neighborhoods. What are you going to do to control it? Let me see. The wear and tear on the streets. What kind of things does Rancho Cordova have in place to address all these heavy vehicles that are going to be up and down those streets? How frequently are we going to have to repair them? How much time and effort is it going to put on the neighbors to have to go around these cone zones or slow down because we're always repairing streets? I don't think you've really thought this out, because your two complaints are going to be your lighting there and your noise from your tractor trailers. They're going to be the two nuisances that are going to be high on everybody's priority. Thank you.
Good evening, City Mayor and the City Council. I have two-part question. One part is that most of the planning was done and the study that was done was 20 years old. At that time, as one of the council members, David Sanders, he alluded to the fact that 20 years ago, the building height was almost, the warehouse building height was 25 feet. Now it's 40 feet. Obviously, if the rules have changed now, and the city in the last meeting, they said the DA, that the development agreement supersedes everything. If that is the case, and the standards were different, and now you have a different standard, you are building a different, with a different standards, then it in good faith, at least the city and the developer to come together, wait until it expires next May, and then sit down and chart out a more reasonable plan, because that for 20 years, they did not do anything to that property. Now suddenly they come back and say, we are gonna use a different standards, and also the environmental impact report, which was done 20 years ago. Now, the environment is not like even though it was done for a special project area, it is not an enclosed, there are a lot of development around the area has happened, and so the environmental impact will definitely be different. What they have done 20 years ago, based on the special area, and also the projections they have done on that one, that does not hold good anymore, I would say. And also the second part I want, and also if they can, and also I want, one bigger concern is from Zinfandel, it goes all the way to the project area. But the thing is, they are going to take shortcut to the Baroque, which should be restricted because it's a residential area. They should not allow a heavy truck to go there, and it's just a cost, maintenance, sound. Even now, I can tell you, they mentioned when I moved into this property, I'm living in this community, and they said it's the sound level, most of the planes will be following the flight path and everything. Nowadays, I see it, these fighter planes go and they throttle their engines and make lots of sound all the time. Most of the people are teleworking, and they're working from home. Half of them are on the phone. They can't even hear what this is going on. Most of the time, the planes go over my property, and it is noisy, small planes. Continuously, they roam around. Either they're test pilots or they're teaching somebody to fly, and it's complete noise. That has not been taken into account at all. Those are the things that have to be considered, and in good faith, it will be good for the city and the developer to come together and do that one. This part two is, if there are a lot of people who oppose this project, at least to have something mutually agreeable project, will the city pay for legal representation if people want to oppose it, part of it, or
Please wrap up
modify
your
it?
comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stacey, by my count, that was 12. Do you have one more? I think you said 13.
I did say 13, but one was a repeat.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to speakers in Zoom. Hopefully you're still there. And our first commenter will be Dawn, D-A-W-N, that I see in here.
Dawn, you've been unmuted and you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, Dawn, go ahead. You're still on mute. Make sure to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, Dawn, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah. Good evening. Yes, I still hung in here, Mayor and City Council members. First up, just let me make one comment to Mr. Sander. Looking at the SBA, it does say, I don't know if you caught it, one person did bring it up, that the maximum height for business professional is 24 to 40 feet. So there is some leeway there if in fact they wanted to have some leeway. I'm going to be very short. I had the opportunity to look at one of the attachments, the agenda, and it was a letter via email from the Dermody attorneys. And they said that they are excited. Dermody is excited to work with the city on the project. And I believe that. But they also say with this letter, we remind the city that Dermody has vested rights to develop this project. Well, I went back and I looked at the SBA once again. And in Chapter 12, Article 2, number 512-210, findings, the Planning Commission, I'm quoting, the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, which is now under the City Council, make the following findings in adopting this ordinance. It's letter F. The SPA will provide for a reasonable use of land and not cause undue hardship on the property owners. The property owners now being the residents. Since there's no definition of what undue hardship is, we as the residents are agreeable to meet and come to a consensus on what the definition of undue hardship is. So we would love to meet with whomever we need to meet with, because we as property owners also have vested rights pursuant to the SPA. So I just want that on the record. And we have vested rights just as the applicant has. And we would love to come together to come to an agreeable meaning as to that definition. Because right now we have undue hardship, as I'm sure the council members can tell by the number of people that have made comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter or speaker will be Daisy Piat. Piatti? No, it's Piat, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Hi, my name is Daisy Pyatt. I'm a resident of Stone Creek at Zinfandel, and we've been living in this neighborhood since 2018. We were excited to move here, understanding the noise level of the airport and thinking that nothing else was going to be majorly developed that would inhibit the noise level and traffic levels until we became aware of this project of the warehouse being built on Zinfandel and Baroque. I'm very concerned for the same reasons that many people have already mentioned with the noise pollution, air pollution. I myself have asthma as well. Worried about traffic congestion. I cross that intersection daily at Zinfandel and Baroque to cross the base to go to my job. And already people are running the lights. It's a traffic problem currently, and it's only going to get worse. I can imagine the backup of traffic. But the size does concern me. And I want to thank you for listening to us and for taking these concerns seriously. I know it's a tough job that you have, and I'm hoping that we can work together to come up with some solutions to deter traffic from going through the neighborhoods, the residential neighborhoods, maybe putting in roundabouts and intersections, which Baroque could definitely use anyhow. Lots of people like to spin their tires in the middle of night in these big intersections. So building roundabouts, putting in speed bumps, more lighting, I'm not sure, but just some way to deter what they have the right to do, and keeping them from following through, I guess, with invading our neighborhood. Some of the other things too I'm concerned about air traffic. Is there going to be more air traffic? Are these trucks going to be delivering things to the airport for delivery? And also homelessness along the levee. When you build this building, already people are camping back there, and they're going to be hidden from sight, and they're going to have a nice little cove to sink into there. And so that concerns me as well. I've actually used to jog along the levee, and because of encampments, I've stopped doing that. So I feel like one of my first thoughts when we were heard about this was, all right, well, let's move. And I'm thinking, well, you're going to lose a lot of residents, a lot of great residents who already live here. And in order to save the neighborhoods, to maintain the people, to invite people in, we really have to take this into serious consideration and hope that we can come to some solutions that will benefit all of us. Even the people who are proposing the warehouse in some way, discouraging the mass size of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daisy. Our next speaker will be Jenica Williams.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Oops. Oh, looks like we lost Jenica. Yeah, Jenica, you can hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hang
now?
on for 1 sec. Jenica, hang on for 1 sec. Can we move Daisy out of the presenter room?
Yes, I just removed the wrong one when they shifted.
Okay, let's just wait till that actually takes place.
Thank you.
Okay, Jenica, go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Jenica Williams, and I have been a resident in the 95670 zip code since 2009. I'm also a real estate agent and broker associate with Keller Williams Realty, and I do a lot with neighbors in the community. We do community events. We also help lots of people move in and out of Stone Creek. So that's my reason for being here tonight, is just to be a voice for as a local business owner, and just the impacts that these warehouses will have on the community. So first of all, I know some people have mentioned the values. So my professional opinion is home values will go down with these warehouses being there. And more importantly, anyone who is, on the Air Park Drive, Balone, along Baroque, when whatever gets built over there is done, will suffer the most versus those being on the interior street. So I just think that's something to be aware of. Also, desirability, when those huge warehouses are up, it is going to change the look of the neighborhood and the feel of the neighborhood. Also curious, I did read the report that you guys have online, and wondering how those traffic routes, like how will those be enforced? I know you guys mentioned some other things on there. The pollution, so they already deal with the pollution from the airport. I know that's been mentioned. And so with all the other pollution, that will also be a concern. And then lastly, and I don't know that everybody knows this or not, but when you go to sell a home, it asks on the disclosures if the property is in an industrial use zone, number one, and number two, if the property is affected by a nuisance created by an industrial use zone. So many, all neighbors really in Stone Creek already have to check yes because of the airport. So having these buildings there, or these warehouses, will, also require them to disclose further, that these, if they are affected by the truck noise or whatever, it's going to require them to disclose, and then, could turn off potential buyers to the neighborhood. So just wanted to put that out there. I hope this is something that we can all work together on to find a solution. But I do know that many neighbors have felt like, this is not what they signed up for when they purchased their home from Elliott, their homes. They were supposed to be, light industrial business use, and they just feel like they've been shortchanged. So thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to Barbara Kropasek, if I'm pronouncing that right. Please make sure to say your name so that you have it right. Go ahead, Barbara.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak. I'd also like to thank Mr. Gatewood for his actual responses to me when I had emailed all the city council members, and he was the only one that responded to me in regards to the meeting that was last month. And so thank you for that. I wanted to thank everybody who's spoken, because you are expressing concerns from so many of us. And I know not everybody can make the meetings, but these concerns go across this neighborhood, and it is a lovely neighborhood. It's a gem for Rancho. I've lived here since 2005 and absolutely love it. But it's been in this past year that, I've been having heartburn over what's happening to our lovely neighborhood. To have massive warehouses right next to a residential is painful and heartbreaking to see. The beauty building that's there, that's anything but beautiful. It absolutely destroyed the field and the nature of the area, which was so very lovely between all the bike trails and the enjoyment of the community and the nature and morning walks and sunrises and all that. It just destroyed that entire landscape. Nothing to be done about that. But I agree with everybody as far as especially the trucks and the amount of pollution and traffic that's going to bring. We see, and the safety, we see trucks going through the neighborhood all the time. I live just off of Baroque, and trucks don't care. And if you say, oh, no, you shouldn't, they don't care. They're going to do what they want anyway, as they currently do. And they will they will go whichever way they need to get where they want to go.
2 lights too.
And they go through the lights. Yeah, I've been, sorry. my husband's right next to me giving me pointers. They go through lights. I've been almost hit a couple of times where the pedestrian crosswalks, people don't care. They don't pay attention. They just go straight through them. And I don't mean just the ones on Zinfandel, talking about the small streets as well. running the stop walks and everything else. So the amount of traffic that's going to come into the neighborhood, along with the air and air pollution, noise pollution, all of that that's coming in is just, it's painful to know that that's coming to a neighborhood that I have loved for so long. The other part, agree with the dust. Anytime there's construction around here, the dust is atrocious. This land is hard to build on. Heck, I struggled just to put in a plant initially because the ground was so hard. And here you have all that dust that comes up, not to mention all the rodents that get displaced and then end up in my front backyard and all over the place. And all the other little critters that get displaced because of all the construction. Then there's also the, I think somebody mentioned that, having, I see my time's running out, so I'll save more comment for the next meeting, but thank you all.
Thank you, Barbara. We have Jennifer Garcia next. Jennifer, you can thank whoever within the chambers that pointed out that you were trying to get in, but you're now in the room. Jennifer, you are muted, so please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
There we go. Thank you so much for having me this evening. That was my husband that helped me out earlier. As a mother, my name is Jennifer Garcia. I live in the Stone Creek area. As a mother, with these things being built so close to the school, I'm really concerned for the air quality and the safety of our children. I really think that sex trafficking is a big concern here in the United States, and it's not talked about enough. As a child, I did have a childhood friend that was kidnapped walking just 2 blocks from school to home, and that really just concerns me. I see how many children walk there all the time to and from school with Navigator. I would really urge, if this building is going to go through, that the city force the tenant to have police there during school hours, that it's not a RoboCop, that it is actually Rancho Cordova Police Department that has a sheriff or police there while the kids are in school, and that is paid for by the tenant. And with concern to the trees, we're trying to conserve water. The city, I think, is not doing enough for water conservation, and I think there needs to be done more, and putting in all these trees is not the answer. And then I would like to address also, with these traffic reports that you're talking about and being done, I drive North Mather every day to take my kids to school, to go to work myself. I noticed one morning that there was a traffic thing put in, to see how many people drive over it. And by the time I got home that afternoon, it was gone. Are there reports showing how long those are actually out for? Because I drive on North Mather, and like I said, it was there one morning and it was gone the next. I have been driving down North Mather and stopped there at Bear Hollow. And I all of a sudden had a car that looked like it was going to make a U-turn in front of me and started doing donouts and spin outs. It's those same people that do it all night long that I hear. So now having more trucks and stuff in there, I'm really concerned about that. Like Dave Sanders says, I do not want to listen to the beep, beep, beep all night long. And then I would just like to urge those in Rancho Cordova to realize that we have 2 city council members whose seats are up for re-election. And some of us may not have been paying attention before, but what city council has been doing, but we're paying attention now. And I urge those of you to maybe consider running, because as citizens, yes, the landowners have rights, but I don't think city council is really hearing us and focusing on what our rights are. And by putting in all these warehouses, you're destroying this beautiful community that has been set up and established. I guess Gavin Newsom, is the salesman of the year for U-Haul, for all the people leaving California. And I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to start leaving the city of Rancho Cordova, possibly myself and my husband included, because of what you guys are doing and trying to bring into
Please
our
wrap
neighborhood.
up your comments.
And like Jenica Williams just pointed out, our house values are going to drop, and there's going to be nothing for us here. Thank you.
Thank you. That I've got one other number here that looks familiar, and I believe I know who that's going to be. Colleagues, if you're okay with it, we'll go ahead and take one more comment out of Zoom. breaking my own rule here, but we won't be doing this in future. But I believe that's Faiza Mughal that has her hand raised, so we can bring her into the room. Faiza, you're on mute. If you want to unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. First, I do want to say that maybe I'm taking the spot of that double that was counted earlier, so hopefully I don't feel too bad about this. My name is Faiza Mughal. I live in Lincoln Village. I don't live in Stone Creek, but I completely sympathize with what the community is going through. In fact, I know exactly what it feels like to have unwanted warehouses planned for your neighborhood and feel completely powerless to combat the situation. Lincoln Village scores highest in the entire city of Rancho Cordova on the Cal and Biro screen for heart disease and I believe asthma. So these are real concerns about the health of our community, and I completely sympathize. What I'm really hearing from the community, and something that I strongly feel is that EIR needs to be updated. I did go to that public session at the end of June and was shocked to learn that the study was from 1998 or 2003, but in my estimation, just too old entirely and should definitely be looked at and updated. I do want to say something else I've noticed is that the Stone Creek community came out in large numbers. They have made the effort to educate themselves and be informed and then comment. And I am just so stunned and proud of the effort of the organization, the eloquence, and just supporting one another. Like, they are role models of what I want to see happen in Rancho Cordova. So please keep it up. I admire you all. Thank you for the time. Good night.
Thank you, Faiza. Okay, colleagues.
Can I please acknowledge the emailed public comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Stacey. Thank you.
So we did have 12 public comments that were emailed. The first is Faiza Mughal. Second, Marilyn Metzger, Kate Carroll, James Garcia, Heather Hellman, Eileen Sedelko, Edwin Garcia, Jennifer Garcia, Suzanne Manti, Rosha Hester, Lisa Burns, and Nadia Costa. All of those have either been made available in the back of the room for the public and are on the website and have been distributed to the city council and staff.
Thank you, Stacey. Okay, colleagues, questions for staff. This is not an action item. So this is just a regular calendar item for additional information. Sounds like even the applicant has suggested that there will be additional hearings. But are there more questions or directions for staff at this point?
Donald, can I say something?
Yep.
Okay. So first, good job, Stone Creek, showing up and representing the community. I love when I see everybody actually being organized and showing up. That's what I like to see. I'm extremely upset that the county is still treating us like the dumping ground of the entire region. Let's see. I think that's all I'm allowed to say. All right, so questions. And Adam, back me up. We are not allowed to do or request another EIR from the 1980s. Wait for it.
CEQA makes it very hard to reopen an EIR. There's two constraints here. One is that there's specific and high standards to redo an EIR, a supplemental EIR, or a subsequent EIR. And the standards are, there's an additional particular requirement that on design review, you're limited to looking at, in that additional look, what's allowed under design review. So what that means is the answer effectively is, well, we can listen to everything the community has to say, and we certainly appreciate hearing the actual CEQA bar almost definitely makes it not possible.
Okay. Next question. Staff, I'd like you to go research what putting in mega warehouses is going to do to the property value of that area. I'd like to have that back at the next, when they come back. or whenever a warehouse, mega warehouse comes back into the city. Let's go ahead and get that. And can we do our own traffic study? Instead of asking the constituent to do it, can the city do a private one so that, you know, we can show everybody our own private sound, our own private, you know, I know we can't request that the person does it, but can we do one? Could we do one, our own traffic study, our own noise study, just something that's in the 2000s?
So, Albert, please correct me if I'm incorrect. I believe a traffic study has been performed, right, by the applicant?
That's correct. That's correct. The applicant performed a traffic study in spring of '22, spring of this year, and the city reviewed that traffic study.
I agree. I understand. I understand they did it. I'm asking for us to do it because because it's, you know, we want to make sure that we do one because you know, we're taking account for the whole, like what was it, 19,000 crazy cars coming through the area all at once.
I think your question is can the city do one on behalf of the public?
Correct.
Instead of a private one done by the private applicant.
Correct. Thank you, Donald.
You're welcome.
We certainly could if that's the direction of the city council.
I would like a sound and a pollution and a kind of like our own, because I think that's necessary. And which one? Say it again. Independent. Yeah, we need to have one for ourselves. And lastly, I would like to know the highest level I can make walls. So if I request 45-foot walls around this place or any place, is that allowed? So let's do some research on that. What's the highest level walls we can do out there? I'd like that. And then, you know, so we can see what's the highest thing we can do in that area. There was one more question that I had. Trees, wall, our own private studies. No, I think that's good. Let's get those for this next time so we can talk really about it. And I don't know how long it takes to do one of those studies, but I know because I'm a nerd, I know you'll be able to knock that out for me. So I appreciate that. Oh, and I love the balloon idea. So just so we're clear, I would like to show my Rancho what we're thinking about. So that makes a lot of sense to me because I don't like surprises. So if we have to put a 40-foot, you know, warehouse out there, I want them to see what they're getting ready for. So I've never seen that actually done. Cool idea, because then I can actually understand what we're looking at. And maybe my constituents will be like, oh, never mind. Not likely, but it's worth you actually seeing. And then, and lastly, remember, group, this is a team effort. People are going to come with ideas, and this is where we ferret it all out and find what's best for our city, what fits in our region. So remember that the council hears you and understands your concerns because we are your neighbor. It's not like we're councilmen. We're actually people that live in Rancho Cordova. So we understand what 197 trucks coming and going down the place where my kid plays soccer is going to do. So that's it. Those are my stuff. I'm looking forward to that, all that information coming back to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions and comments for staff?
I've got a list. Unfortunately, not very organized because I haven't had time to organize it. It was sort of either as it came to me or as people mentioned it. So with your indulgence, colleagues, I heard Linda talk about vertical and horizontal articulation. I think that's a really important element in the architecture. What we don't want here is a big box, a big block of like singular architectural impact. You want something that has some more organic character to it, and putting blocks into it or articulations, deviations, both horizontal and vertical, I think make a lot of sense. So that should probably be part of the requirements for the design. Downcast lighting should be a requirement so that we don't have off-site light. That can be done now pretty easily with LEDs. I just want to be sure with the height of the lighting that, could potentially be present on a 40-foot building. We don't want light spilling into neighbors' windows, even if it's at some distance. And on that same point, signage, we probably have a signage ordinance in the city that would apply to this development. We should be sure that we are careful about what that means at a 40-foot height. We don't want 10-foot letters at 40 feet that are lit up 24/7. We've already got the great visual blight brought to us by the federal government at the Mather VA with that god-awful looking water tower. We don't want anything that, rivals that in terms of impact in the neighborhood. If this is going to be the tallest structure in the neighborhood, a big bright sign on the top of it is certainly going to make it worse. Wall height, as my colleague mentioned, I think I saw somewhere 10 feet was mentioned. I'm curious about wall height in terms of both visual deterrence so that people can't see a truck. The height of the back of a truck on a typical tractor trailer is about 13.5 feet. So a 10-foot wall, I did get a math degree, but 13.5 feet is taller than 10. And the street height may not be the same if you're in a vehicle or if you're living in some sort of if you're in a higher area looking towards the structure. So we want to be sure that you can't actually see a whole bunch of trucks being stored at this facility, because that is not conducive to a residential neighborhood. There's a lot of safety issues here, and I'm not quite sure how to parse it apart, and it may take some time for us to figure this out. We heard tonight about traffic structures being used to control where trucks would drive on Bear Hollow Drive. So I can imagine, for example, if you're in a truck, you're leaving this parcel, we do not want them to make a left, we only want them to make a right. We put some sort of a barrier in the street that basically doesn't allow a truck to move past that barrier. And it would have to be designed in such a way that you could still pull into this truck entrance exit, but you couldn't leave it by turning left. And I'm sure, Albert, you can imagine what I'm talking about. Further down that street, you might want bulb outs that make it very difficult for a truck to proceed down that street. Someone mentioned a roundabout here. That may or may not work given the geometry. I don't know. But something like that would seem to make sense. You got sort of a physical barrier.
Can we build I've seen people when they don't want an impediment that makes it so it's impossible to go in to the community anymore?
Like a tire ripper?
Yeah, something like that, that's terrible.
That'd probably be.
No, like a big old concrete.
That's what they're called.
Are they really called a tire ripper? Oh, never mind.
Well,
I apologize.
if it worked on late night drifters, that would be okay, right? That'd be acceptable. With regard to that other safety issue, I've got multiple notes here, but we've got bikeways in this area. How can we make them safer around heavy truck traffic? We have sidewalks, so for pedestrian safety. We're going to have to find a way to enforce this truck route other than physical barriers. Hopefully, very well done physical barriers can accommodate it and make it almost impossible for violations to occur, but we might need some sort of a camera in place that leads license plates and takes pictures. We can do a city ordinance that levies a fine every time a truck goes where it's not supposed to go. Outside of that, we used to have a commercial police officer. So a police officer, basically a traffic officer, but was devoted to just working with commercial vehicles. The fines under state code for commercial traffic violations are enormous. If they're overweight or if they're in a neighborhood they're not supposed to be, it's in multiples of $1,000, of what sort of fine is applied to them. That tends to get compliance. So that might be a good option here, adding a commercial officer. Age of the studies is an enormous problem. But as Adam tried to say in good legalese, the nature of this development agreement that's in place with the county basically says that EIR stands until the development agreement expires. So we could do additional studies. They would inform us. They would have no impact on the application because they can't under the terms of the development agreement. And correct me if I'm wrong there, Adam. Just trying to make that as clear as I can. I talked about the wall height. The other factor of the walls is noise design. There's going to be hitching, unhitching. moving, pulling in and out, gear shifting, acceleration sounds, braking sounds, all this stuff around this building. Maybe, if we're really unlucky, the beep, beep, beep of the forklift. But where does that noise go? You can design some structures in such a way that they mitigate where the noise goes. For example, if there's a way to throw the noise towards the airport, no one's going to be hearing it out there. But if we have a design that throws the noise towards residences, that's a problem. So I don't know how sophisticated we can get about design around noise, but that's probably something we should look at.
Maybe even look into acoustic walling.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's something that could be done for acoustical control. I made a little note to myself here. The note says, this is not our choice as a city. We didn't encourage this or plan this. And I do want to make that, I think most of you understand that. This is not something the city went out and sought. This is not something we zoned. This is not something we encouraged. This is not a business we recruited. We are simply the recipient of a property owner's right. So they have a vested right by ownership in this property to build this sort of a building. That's a legal right granted by the County of Sacramento before we were a city. We're the recipients of that. We are not encouraging it. We are doing what we have to do under the law in terms of processing it. And I know that's complicated, but hopefully that adds a little bit of clarity. Now to some public comments I heard. Can the ground support large trees? That is a very good question. We have, in years past, required trees to go in places where there's very little growth possible because of the amount of cobble and gravel and hard clay and things like that, and you end up with this scrawny little tree. So I think as we go forward, we got to be sure not only do we have the right tree, do we have the right ground to put the tree into? That may require some excavation in order to make an appropriate living space for the roots of the tree and for the tree. But we had that great diagram earlier today, I don't know if you saw that popped up on the overhead that showed the root structures of native plants here in Sacramento and how enormously deep the roots are compared to what you see above the ground. So there could be a variety of things we need to do to make that possible. Hours of operation staff, I think, are something we should work on with the applicant. Having a lot of noise and activity in the middle of the night is not really conducive to a residential neighborhood. Someone asked, where does the revenue go that the city gets from this? And I can share with you, the only revenue we're going to get from this that I'm aware of is property tax. And property tax is not very productive for us as a city. That is sort of our lowest form of revenue. What would probably excite us if we were zoning or producing stuff just based on sales tax, which is not something we have done in Rancho Cordova because we're fiscally sound without having to do that. Thank goodness. You should all be very happy about that we do not chase sales tax in that way because that leads to very bad planning decisions. But there's no sales tax that will be collected from this operation. There are some jobs they're of a certain type that not everyone's going to appreciate, but there is no other revenue for the city from this. There's no entrepreneurial activity that's going to happen here. There's no small business ownership that's going to happen here. There's no local ownership that's going to happen here. There's a whole list of things that aren't going to happen here that we would prefer, and I think we expected would be possible in a business and professional zone that won't be happening with this project. So again, we did not recruit this or choose this. We're not getting any great revenue from it. We're just trying to deal with the situation we've been handed.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Several of you mentioned the need for the updated studies. I hope the answer to that is clear. It's something that could be done. It would cost us quite a bit of money, I think, to repeat those studies. I don't know that, it wouldn't impact the project. We would have more information as a result. Street damage, Albert, I guess that's a question for you. I know that Zinfandel is an enormous street with enormous capacity. I think you told me earlier that the capacity on Zinfandel is like 40,000 to 60,000 cars a day. That's what that road was designed for.
Rule of thumb is about 45 to 55,000 for a 6-lane road.
So that's sort of a shocking number, I guess. You can imagine Sunrise is sort of built to that same capacity, but probably exceeds that in a day. Other streets in Rancho Cordova, Folsom Boulevard is not built to that sort of a standard, could not handle that level of traffic. But Zinfandel is designed to handle an enormous amount of traffic, way more than it gets now. And that was a county design as well before our incorporation, but that is what it is. But street damage to North Mather, for example, or other surrounding streets, is that a concern at all? If we're going to add, potentially 1,000 trucks a day in and around these streets, is that a level of damage that is going to cost us a lot as a city?
Certainly, truck traffic relates to greater impact than a comparable number of vehicles. Each of these businesses, if approved, would be required to annex into a maintenance district that would pay into to address maintenance associated with the project.
We're going to want to see some numbers on that. So we're going to need to see that.
There is some ridiculous factor out there that I read probably 5 or 10 years ago that said one heavy truck does the same amount of damage to a road as something like 800 single-family or single-person vehicles. Just a ridiculous factor, the amount of stress from the heavier vehicles. Let's see, there was a question about the development agreement in 25 feet versus 40 feet. I think that is correct, what the caller mentioned. But perhaps more importantly, it's the use that's mentioned, not the height, as I understand it. And unfortunately, you can't retroactively apply a height to that use. If that's right, Adam?
Yeah, the height is fixed in the code. You can't, you're changing the standards under the DA if you impose a different height limit. But the speaker did say it's with, the requirement was within that range. The applicant could potentially go up to that, but they are still subject to the other design standards. The fact that they can go up to 40 feet does not, in my reading of the design, mean that every single part of the design is necessarily allowed to be that height, because there's other design standards that address articulation and other issues, roof line, et cetera.
And there was a couple of comments about property value damage, with which I wholly concur. I think our best actions here are done to try to mitigate that property value damage, but someone said they feel like they were misled, and I agree. The label that was on this zoning did not suggest that this sort of a use would be there. When it says business professional, sort of on its surface. And Adam, I think, as it turns out, there was an additional zoning description included in that SPA, if I'm not mistaken. There was was it mixed commercial, or what was the?
That's correct. You actually have to dig through the label to the second table in order to get the additional standards.
So they made an extension to the zoning and a reference within the original labeled zoning. So it was not the most obvious or direct way to label something. It sort of said, all of these things apply, and oh, by the way, also look at this chart, and all of these things apply. And the things on that second chart are far, far more onerous than the things that would be allowed under business professional. So I think one use that would be allowed here, for example, would be if someone wanted to set up a heavy truck repair yard and storage facility.
No,
That appears on the second chart.
no,
Do you disagree, Linda?
yeah. I went through it quite extensively. Most automotive repair uses are not allowed in either BP or industrial office park zoning.
So Linda, actually, we have to respect her opinion. She has probably more experience with planning than anyone else in the room, having worked as a professional planner. So basically, I'm sorry I meandered all around my comments there. These projects were basically approved by the county in that old agreement. Legally, we can't just say no. We can talk about design, and we can talk about mitigation for the impacts of the project. And that's my very unfortunate conclusion from this process. So I see a lot more design review in our future on this project or any others like it.
Thank you, David. Linda, would you mind if I went next and then you could close this out?
Sure.
Thanks. I think, honestly, David, I think you covered a lot of what I would ask for, or what I was thinking. And I would just kind of reiterate again, without being redundant, that this zoning, we're dealing with an approval from a different government before there was a city. And unfortunately, what I've, in my conversation with the city attorney and with other attorneys, with other planners, is that we are confined and constrained to those decisions. But I have a couple of questions based off of some things that were already asked that I want to understand how they impact it. But I do want to reiterate what Garrett also said, which is thank you to everybody that has commented or that has sent in emails. I appreciate the engagement. I appreciate the information. There are a lot of good questions there. I will say, and David alluded to this, I'm going to maybe say it in a little bit of a different way. The vast majority of things that I've heard residents ask me to do or positions that they would like me to take, frankly, are just not legal for me to do. I'm not empowered to do those. I don't have the ability to change what the county did. And ignoring that law and just denying the project or doing a lot of the things that have been asked would be overturned by a judge. We'd be paying the legal fees of the applicant as well as our own, and our attorneys are not free. And so it's a lot of money going after a solution that frankly wouldn't work. Questions like additional technical studies, new EIR, and things like that. From what my understanding is no matter what, if any of those things were required, if the applicant went to seek a legal solution to that, the expiration date of the development agreement would be extended as soon as they filed a lawsuit. So we don't really have an ability to even run the clock out, is what I've understood when it comes to these projects. So like David said, we really are stuck with figuring out how can we best design at least this one. And as we move forward, I'd like to keep an idea, because I understand the scale of what we're talking about here, the number of these all at once in one place, in one neighborhood, are not something that we would encourage. It's not something that we necessarily wanted. I don't think, and to Linda's point, I don't think it's something that even the county may have envisioned 20 years ago that they probably would have expected. Or office and some other things there that probably would have been more desirable. But it's not, unfortunately, I am not, and my colleagues are not empowered to make that decision. And unfortunately, this is one of a number of examples of what happens when you incorporate a city. And even 20 years later, the former government that was in charge of this is, their decisions are still wreaking havoc on our community. And it's unfortunate. It's one of the reasons we became a city, but we can't get past the fact that, frankly, for everyone that lives in Stone Creek, and Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure every one of you, your impact fees were set by the county. And so as you bought your house, we charge a lot more for impact fees throughout the city than we do in Stone Creek. And that's because you were zoned and approved by the county. Therefore, Elliott and everybody else that built over there, benefited from lower fees and lower impact things for all kinds of things, from parks and recreation to water and a lot of other things that frankly we couldn't change when we became the city, which is the benefit of the residents. In this case, clearly it's not a benefit. But let me get to a couple of questions that I just want to clarify that I heard. One was, Garrett, I think you asked about an additional private traffic study. And I don't know if the city attorney or Albert or Cyrus would like to weigh in on that, but I'd like to understand what would be the utility. We may have additional information, but I guess my understanding would be any additional technical studies that would be done would just be done because we could do them. That doesn't mean that we could rely on them for our decision. We still have to rely on the EIR and CEQA documents that were evaluated and adopted back in 2002, correct?
I can chime in. I believe your statement is generally correct. We do have general traffic studies that we do related to sizing of our roadways. So it's a overall a master plan for traffic, for transportation that we have. In like the sizing of Zinfandel. Zinfandel was set aside as a 6-lane road, and with certain capacity, with certain connections that needed to have. So I think, we need to be clear about if the desire of the council is to do additional technical studies, what the scope and the utility will be, because it's, we do have general traffic information, and I think that the most recent study that was performed by the applicant, did a high level of analysis and a high level of check with some of the assumptions and initial assumptions that were made in 2002, I believe. So we have that information available. We have ways to validate that information, but if the direction of the council is to do additional studies, we really need to be clear on the scope and the extent and the utility of those.
Well, and I guess that's my point is what could potentially be the utility? It wouldn't be, I mean, it wouldn't trigger discretionary authority to deny a project. Would that be an accurate statement?
That is an accurate statement.
Okay. So additional studies to show us why we don't like the project or we're not thrilled about this project does not mean that we would have the power to deny the project. A couple of other things that I know that David brought up that I just want to ping for staff as well to make sure that if you're counting, to three noses or hands here, I would very much want to understand from the police department and code enforcement, what kind of strategies we can employ around truck traffic at nights, on weekends, early in the morning, certain things like that, turning the wrong way on certain streets and that kind of stuff. We've already had certain problems. I'll probably, I shouldn't say this name, and I'm going to anyways, but J&R Trucking has been notorious for not using the right routes that have been designed and approved for certain facilities in and outside of the city. We've had a lot of issues with certain rock trucks, even going down Zinfandel and other areas, down White Rock, to get to the new developments in the south area that they're not supposed to be doing. And so whether it's this project or those things that I just talked about, I would love to get more aggressive when it comes to our enforcement of keeping these commercial trucks off of our main residential arterials. And again, even getting back to the size of Zinfandel, that was designed and zoned by the county. It was not something that we had the power of. And I know a handful of years ago when I noticed in downtown Sacramento, the number of 3-laned one-way streets in downtown Sacramento that were being turned into 2 lanes each way with on-street parking on either side with protected bike lanes were increasing. And I went to our city staff and said, hey, I'd love to do that. And I got a couple of streets. And they named about 4 of them that were really off limits because they'd had traffic studies done on them and they were already as big as they could be. And to reduce them would drastically affect development in a bunch of other areas of the city. Oh, and by the way, those are all of the streets I was interested in doing that to. There are times that even those kinds of things they're not fixes or things that we have the authority to do as a city council or as a city. Sound enforcement as well, I think would be another question that I would have around code enforcement. How do we make sure that if we're saying operations cease at a certain time, or you shouldn't be using, I'm sure there's not a way to deactivate backup beepers and stuff like that. But if we have we have, hours of operations for selling liquor, for operations of retail facilities. If that is in any way something that we could look at, that'd be something I'd be interested in. As far as design and landscaping, I know we've talked about this before, and I would refer folks to the newer wrecking yard parts facility on Sunrise at, I want to say Mechanical, but I think I might be wrong. Where we were given renderings and examples that show these great looking trees that were going to block all of those stacks of cars that were above the 8-foot sound walls that they had. And then when they put them in, they were 3-foot trees. So I would like to understand from the applicant, from our arborist, and from the general community, can we require large trees? And when I say large trees, I'm talking 20-foot trees. I want trees tall enough that I can't necessarily see this building from the street. Is that possible? What does that cost? Is cost the mitigating factor here? Is it not within the market to get trees like that? I think the one commenter that we heard about water, I would probably argue that trees take a lot less water, especially if they're mature trees, than dealing with grass and shrubs and other things like that. And so if we could look at extremely large trees, like if we went and looked at the example of, I believe it was a 10-year example on the presentation, what does it look like if we had 20-year-old trees? how big would those be? What would they look like? And I'd like to explore having those be required to be installed day one. Not something that in 20 years will look like what we are hoping. How can we design it to look right when it opens? So those are the things I'm thinking of at the moment. I know we have additional hearings that we'll have for not only this item, but some surrounding projects as well. And I will say that my understanding is that not all of these are the same project. And some of these, the solution may be different than what we're talking about tonight. I'd ask residents to be patient with us and to be understanding in the fact that while there are outcomes that people want, and just because we are not in a position to give that to you does not mean we're not listening. It doesn't mean that we don't agree with you, but it does mean that we've been doing this long enough to understand what we can and cannot do. And unfortunately, sometimes, regardless of our best intention, regardless of what we'd like to do for you, that does not mean that we can. With that, Linda, I'll turn it over to you to close us out.
This is a very difficult position for all of us to be in. For you all, everybody who's come tonight to speak, everybody who's been on Zoom and who's written in, and for us on the council. We truly have to deal with this project as it's presented. We have to deal with issues that we can deal with. I will say that this community, by the time we got to 2000, was desperate to grow. In California, cities that are not growing are stagnating. And after Mather closed, we lost so many long-time businesses. We lost the really family-oriented things like Baskin Robbins. We lost Hallmark. We lost department stores. We lost children's clothing stores. We lost things that every community needs. And it was because nobody had built new housing out here for 2 decades. So once Independence at Mather started building, it demonstrated that there was a huge need. At Independence at Mather, KB Homes sold a house a day for the first 4 months. That's how badly people wanted to live here, close to where they worked. We had all these jobs. We had 60 or 80,000 jobs here in Rancho Cordova that we built in that time frame, but nobody built any housing for the people to live in and actually go to work here. So we were pleased to have Elliott buy this property, a completely unused gravel pit that wasn't doing anybody any good at that point because all of the value in the gravel was gone. And they spent a huge amount of money. But I will tell you that as we sat there, Don Natoli and I sat there in all those meetings with the chambers, with the FAA, with the Caltrans Aeronautics, and I know some of you know this already, but it never occurred to us that the world would change in the ensuing 20 years and people would stop going into stores, that all of a sudden, the most important shopping facility in the United States would be things like Amazon and Chewy and all of those places that we all buy from online, which is the whole reason that people now want to build warehouses. So we really, this is not what we envisioned. We envisioned things like the contractors and small business owners and daycare and whatnot up and down Kilgore. It never occurred to us. From my perspective, all of the things that my colleagues have asked us to review, with a couple of exceptions, like redoing things like the traffic studies, but because, some of us know that the people like Katie Anderson are totally outstanding organizations who provide an accurate traffic study regardless of who the client is. But all of the things that my colleagues have asked that be looked at by city staff are really valid. And because I'm a very visual person, then I'm always thinking in terms of the appearance of the thing and comparing the height of this building with what we have on the ground already. We know that Lowe's is about 45 feet at its peak where it says Lowe's. But here now where we live, you know, I have office buildings across the street from me. I need to know how high they are. Tomorrow, we're going to tour the National Guard headquarters, and we will ask them how tall their building is. That would be very illustrative to know compared to what's being planned here. But we have only the aesthetics, the operational issues, the minimizing things like that that can minimize any negative effects that are going to come or could potentially come from this project. And Adam, do we need a motion to continue this to a date uncertain?
Actually, Linda, can I ask one more question? Something I totally forgot about that you kind of brought up right at the end. If you will, please. And I don't think we need to have a motion tonight, but can I ask one question of staff? I know the applicant has made it clear that for a Class A industrial warehouse facility that they need this size. Can the city attorney or the city manager advise us, are we required to accommodate that need, or can we choose our own height and say this is what it is, even if the applicant's saying it's Class A? Are we bound by that? Do they have the right to that, or can we, in design review, choose a different height?
So,
Go ahead.
so I read, this is design review, and there's a lot of standards, and one of them that they have is height, and they have the right to go up to a maximum height. There's also a lot of other standards, and some of those standards have to do with other things that they need to do or should do under the SPA as it relates to design. And some of those things, in my opinion, yes, allow you to make the building in part less than 40 feet. And I think I leave it to Darcy and to others to explain some of the details of what that might look like. But I think staff, we could come back and take a look, but I so far do not see anything that specifically entitles them to a Class A as opposed to a Class A building.
Okay, so and I don't necessarily need an answer tonight. I will, I'd like an answer by the next time we talk about this, because I get this is the second time we've had a hearing from this applicant, and they've reiterated more than once that they needed X amount of square footage in order to attract the Class A client. That's not necessarily what we're bound to, and I'd like to understand what I'm precluded from requiring and not. Do we as a council have the discretion to approve a shorter building? That would be very helpful. It's clear to me that I heard that we could have it be articulated to where we could have certain areas that would accommodate the request, and then there could be transitional areas that didn't. But in general, I'd like to understand what kind of parameters are embedded within the vested rights of the applicant and the DA, and which ones are just things that the applicant would really like to have. And those are two, and in my opinion, those are two very, very different things. And I'd like to understand the former rather than the latter, because I get what the applicant's asking for. What am I legally required to allow, especially when it comes to the height of the building? Because I've heard things like 20-something feet was the county's interpretation of it. I've heard the applicant's interpretation of it, but what are we actually required to do? I think that would be extremely helpful for me. With that, Linda had suggested a motion and a continuance. Cyrus, Adam, I don't think we need that under the way it's agendized tonight. This was direction for staff, correct?
Right. I think,
Okay.
the purpose of this was to hold a public hearing so the applicant team and the city council could hear the concerns or the comments we've heard from the community. Clearly, tonight we have received many questions and additional information requested. And I really feel like the vast majority of this would probably be on the applicant to return to us, to return to the city council and identify, based on the comments and they have received from the community and the council, what they can or cannot do in terms of their ability with the project design. We are not, I'd like to make it very clear that the city is not the project proponent or the project applicant. And so we need to hear from the project applicant as to the concerns that they have received tonight or heard tonight, what they can do to address some of these concerns. And perhaps, give us a path for further discussion and for further direction. So this is, I think, a continuation of the discussion that could, I have a feeling, and this I would look to the applicant to tell us, next meeting on August 1 may be too quick because it's only 2 weeks away. If they need more time to look at some of these issues and the questions that have been asked, maybe come back in the second meeting in August. But clearly we're flexible in what level and what type of additional work they would like to do and what modifications they're willing to make.
Yeah, Cyrus, I would also just point out too that you have, it's the middle of July and we have this many people here with vacations and life and everything else getting in the way, that throwing this again in 2 weeks and asking these folks to come back and to stay disengaged in it, I think is asking a lot. And so if we could give them some time, I think this was a lot to chew on tonight. I would be amazed if there's any way to get answers to even the majority of what we asked about tonight in a matter of 7 or 8 days so that you could agendize it again. So that would be my only caution. But we don't need a motion or a vote to continue tonight.
No, I think let's continue to date uncertain, and when we
Right,
find
but we
the
don't need
appropriate date.
we don't need to motion or vote on a continuance, correct? I guess I'm asking Adam.
No,
Okay.
since there is no formal action tonight before you, so there's no need to have a formal motion.
That's what I understood too. Okay. So that'll conclude item 18.1. Thank you for all of the comments and everyone's patience here. With that, we'll move on to item 19.1, which is a resolution of the City Council authorizing the execution of the pre-development agreement with Griffin Swinnerton. And I'm not even going to say the name of that project because hopefully one of these days, very soon, we will come up with a much better name for this thing. Considering all of the people that are getting up to leave, do we want to take a 2-minute recess here, Council?
Yes, please.
Everybody a bio break? Yeah, we'll let's reconvene at 8:55. So it's 8:51 right now.
Do you need this?
And we will turn it over to Micah and Stefan to introduce our presenter.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Micah Runner, Deputy City Manager. We are excited to be before you tonight to talking about the important next step of the Mills Crossing project. At the end of the presentation, as far as the recommendation, is going to focus on the action, which is the recommendation to approve the pre-development agreement for moving this project forward to the next appropriate phase. So we're really happy to be here, and as we go through this presentation, both Corin will run through some of the different slides, but as staff will have some comments and commentary along the way as well. But as we move forward, the agenda for tonight, if Corin, you want to go to the next slide, I think you've got the, is to cover a few things. First is just a little bit of a process update on where we've been. Talk about any update on the development project and what has transpired and what any new information, but then really get to the requested council action, which is the request to approve the development agreement and move us to the next appropriate phase of this project to start doing really the real work and the real effort to design and start to look forward to building this project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Corin and we'll tag team a little bit as we go through.
Perfect. Thank you, Micah and Mayor and council members. Great to be here to present to you, and we're excited to present to you currently where we are with the project. As Micah talked about, just to give a process update in the context of moving the project further to the pre-development stage. this project has been executed according to multiple phases, and really the whole public-private process that we've looked at breaks the project up into 3 phases. For the last 2 years, we've been doing, undertaking exclusive negotiations with the city under an E&A, and then moving into a pre-development and over into a construction. And really to highlight those 3 phases, I really wanted to talk about the key outcomes and some of the details associated with it. But, in a lot of ways, a picture is worth 1,000 words. For the E&A phase that we've been undertaking, the key outcome is to develop an informed concept and development plan as depicted in the approved concept plan that you see at the bottom, with community, staff, and council engagement and council decision-making throughout multiple phases in this, and clearly a council decision-making to proceed to a next phase of the project. And as these images at the bottom would generally explain, as we go from one phase to the other, the project becomes increasingly real. So a key outcome from the pre-development phase, which we're hoping to move forward into, is to develop a fully designed, approved, and financeable project. And you'll see a lot more fidelity in terms of the architectural character, all of the sort of final programming. It will clarify, and can increasingly clarify many of the details along the lines of the partnerships and programming and the financing plan. But again, throughout this entire process, community staff, council engagement, and council decision-making throughout each phase, or to move forward into the next phase. And then it's construction, moving into construction. So this is just to reiterate where we've been, this is the council-approved concept plan from December. And over the last several months, we've continued to negotiate with staff and refine certain elements of the key aspects of what we were tasked to do during the pre-development stage. And those are listed there. So during this exclusive negotiating period process, we've completed due diligence, completed concept design, community outreach, partnerships and programming, and a financing plan. And then moving into pre-development, these are the core activities that would get accomplished in this phase. The concept plan would get finalized, and we'd continue to do community outreach. As we'll show some general imagery, we've got a 10-acre site that ultimately is going to be master developed. But when it comes down times to breaking ground, it's split into kind of 2 co-projects. And so we would be doing subdivision, mapping, and parcel creation, CEQA, schematic design development. We'd continue to attract and go after other financing sources. We'll talk a little bit further about some of the grant funds that we've been awarded for this project, and then move into a financing, a guaranteed max price financeable project. And again, just to reiterate, throughout this entire process, there will be great amounts of city and community collaboration. We're talking design charrettes. This is where many people in the community and many in the council have said, hey, well, what is this going to look like? What's the architectural character and those sorts of things? And we've been sort of chomping at the bit to have these conversations that would take place during pre-development. And so some of the things that we have in store would be sort of ad hoc design committees, council committees, community committees that would work on, highly informing how the project ultimately gets designed through design charrettes, continual community workshops, and community partner engagement. And so that's again, is just really focusing in on this central piece of the project that, again, is not a final project per se. It's not the final destination. This is a project that, or this is a phase of a project that has embedded into it a collaborative, public-private sort of project co-creation process.
And I'll just add real quick that I think as part of it, and what Corin kind of highlighted, was really focusing this next real phase on this community conversations and what's the best approach. And as we work through the further design alternatives and the different, as we get in detailed in the architecture, is really having a lot of community engagement, community conversations throughout this next phase of the project, and which is, I know, is important to the community and to the council as far as for this next phase.
Yeah, so sort of as a little teaser, so to speak, is that as we get into pre-development, the site ultimately needs to get broken up into or reparcelized, a subdivision map, parcel creation to 3 separate parcels or more, right? This is relatively rudimentary, but it just goes to show how we're taking a 9-acre or 9.8 acre or 10-acre parcel and then planning it so that it can be divided into multiple projects pursued by the development team that we've been working with together throughout the process. So that generally just depicts what that final phase looks like. After we're finished with pre-development, the project essentially is the vertical construction is completed into 2 separate projects by Griffin Swinnerton for the community commercial phase and Related for the housing under 2 distinct development agreements. Griffin Swinnerton would do a development agreement and Related a disposition and development agreement, really according to the model of which the model of which each project component would conform to. The community commercial being Griffin Swinnerton acting as a fee developer with the city as the owner-operator of those facilities, and Related as a more of an owner-developer model that involves a site acquisition, which is the whole purpose for creating separate parcels. From a development update standpoint, the preliminary space program, you've heard us talk a lot about 80 to 120 or over 120,000 square feet of community commercial facilities. And that effectively, as we are now, breaks down into these 5 community or these 5 space types. And again, this is the community commercial piece of the project. It's what we've talked about from the beginning, a community art center with a black box theater, artist studios, gallery space, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 36, close to 37,000 square feet of space, really with the jewel piece of that project being an 18,000 square foot, 300-seat black box theater. A community integrative health clinic of 20,000 square feet for the health and wellness piece of the project that we've talked extensively about. And then really a lot of flexible uses. We've talked a lot about how flexibility is critical for the project. Flexibility both in terms of indoor-outdoor permeability in the outdoor space, that's the epicenter of the project, as well as flexible community and commercial space. And that's what's depicted in that other yellow building. You've seen that in the axiometric diagram that we provided before, the kind of core buildings that are being planned for. And then one piece of the project which still really needs to get further refined, which is to say a big swing along the lines of a spaces for events, meetings, and recreation, for banquets, weddings, community and cultural events, and sports and recreation. And then with all of these uses, these sorts of uses would attract some really nice complementary commercial space in the form of cafes and small retailers and fresh markets and the like. Some of the partners that we've engaged with and that are excited about the project on the arts side of things, both some logos as well as listings of different organizations that would use different space types, really convinced us that there's a great degree of demand for the art space. The art space has the potential to continue to be to achieve the vision that the city has laid out, which is to say, tying into the placemaking and the economic development story along the lines of Folsom Boulevard, to creating a space there, and really generating events and utilization of the space and the creative outcomes that would result from that. The health and wellness component, the partners that we've been working with, and we were in a joint application with the city and Griffin Swinnerton as developer and the Sacramento Native American Health Center were awarded a $7 million grant to leverage and augment the city's investment into the project into the health and wellness component. SNAC, as their acronym suggests, also proposed a facility with some co-partners in the form of UC Davis Health and Quest and Sacramento covered. And so we've very excited to make some significant progress with that piece of the project.
That grant, though, is transferable to other partners?
The grant, the city is the lead applicant on that.
So there's a number of organizations we could partner with to achieve the goals of the grant?
The grant was, the application, SNAC was listed. We had a memorandum of understanding with the city, Griffin Swinnerton, and SNAC as part of the application. The city being the lead applicant, the grant funds are awarded to the city, but we'd have to get some clarification as to whether or not our changing out who the operator is would, how that might affect
So you might have
the
to go
grant
to the
award.
funder and get approval for that sort of a change. But I think
Ostensibly,
we've done things like that before. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then in terms of the community commercial facilities, here's some listings of a variety of different partners that we've engaged with who have active interest in the project, from teaching kitchens, incubator space, sort of STEM-based workforce training, and partnerships with the community college for really, varied uses throughout the campus. They've really talked about an excitement of their general education facilities adjacent to the specialized facilities that are generally being planned, as well as other space users. We've engaged with the veterans. We've engaged with the California Mobility Center, who's got ongoing partnerships with SMUD to think about e-mobility, to really look at infusing the latest in technology and workforce training into the piece of the project. From a design standpoint, we realize that these 5 facility types, it's really hard for one architect to be an expert in any, in all of those. Oftentimes architects are really good at 1 or 2 or 3 things, but maybe potentially not all. So we have a consortium of architects, so to speak, with LPA being the principal architect. They've worked with us on a lot of our public-private deals. They're a P3 expert. We actually just had earlier today a grand opening for our Orange County Civic Center project in Southern California, where LPA was the architect. And so we've got a great track record working together with them, and they in fact were awarded the AIA's highest honor in California in 2021 with the AIA Firm Award, awarded for one firm. They've got a very vibrant office in Sacramento and are headquartered in Southern California. And along those same lines, you'll recognize the name Rios. Rios was our architecture partner working on the programming and placemaking and site concepts. Theater Projects is an award-winning theater and arts design shop. And with SNAC and the health center part, or the Dean Unger and Associates, they have worked with SNAC on other facilities that SNAC currently has under construction, and we gain a lot of design efficiencies by working with the same architect that produced the construction drawings for their medical facilities. So we have so again, we kind of put together a little bit of a dream team of different architectural partners to really gain expertise and efficiency on various components. And then community outreach. Community outreach is critical for the project, and we recognize that we deepen our efforts. What we've done during the ENA phase is to be deepened during the pre-development phase. So we've suggested and have started to plan for at least a year of community workshops. Again, design charrettes focused on various pieces of the project and the process, as well as continuing to have communication channels open, your website, your suggestion box, project email account, and continuing to let the community know about this project in social media and other email lists, and then continuing to engage community partners from a whole variety of areas in the
So
city.
several meetings with like neighbors would be in the plan?
Yeah, certainly.
And
Yeah.
consulting them, because that's been a challenge for this project since day one.
Yep.
You know, how it's been named, I think the mayor alluded to earlier. But, you know, the contents of the site, you know, and what's being planned from a design point of view or incorporating
Yes.
community needs. But then I
Absolutely.
think there's also the super critical part of talking to the people who are actually going to want to operate something there. So
Yep.
if it's, you know, an arts organization, what specifically is your dream, you know, to best operate your arts organization there?
Yes, certainly.
And our standard in Rancho Cordova is always to aim really high, you know, like good enough is not, is sort of the slogan, right? We don't aim for good enough, we aim for great.
And
So,
And I know, Councilmember, I think you covered kind of two of those areas, which is the community partner engagement, which I think is the organizations that we're really going to be
Right.
talking to, but then also the community workshops. And I think,
And the
you know,
neighbors, yeah.
this probably does a little bit of disservice of probably the amount of community conversations we're going to have as far as with the neighbors. It may be, you know, focused on the plaza, or there might be different things that you peel off from the project standpoint and just have ongoing community conversations that not just stuck in a pattern of just this is what we're going to do this time, but really just kind of have some ongoing engagement that we're looking for as part of the both the partner engagement, but also the community and who's going to be the people getting the services at the end of the day.
Well, I know you've talked with them at least once, maybe twice, did a community engagement exercise to deal with questions like, why isn't there a bowling alley here?
So as an
know,
outcome
things
of
like that.
Yeah, of the last, you know, kind of, I think the approval that the council gave for the site plan, we did have one community meeting and was very engaged in discussion. And I think that was kind of a model that we can think about moving forward as we move on to the next steps and keep them engaged in those ways.
So I told Corin that a couple things that just really excited me about the stage that we're entering. Number one, I'm absolutely thrilled with the architects. I've worked with LPA. As a matter of fact, I think LPA is the architect behind Pavilions, which remains arguably the absolute best kind of lifestyle, wannabe, where that is retail experience in Sacramento County. And then the other one is the idea of doing charrettes. It's been ages since we had a really good charrette in Rancho Cordova. And between, 98 and 2005 or so, we had several, and they're great fun. They are a wonderful way to get the community involved. And I'm really excited about where we are right now.
And then we talk a lot about the what of the project. And again, we've talked, and it's really important to talk about the how of the project also. It's really fun to talk about space programs and architectural features, but the project really needs to have as much effort put into how it will be operated. And you all have seen this diagram that we've talked about before, but just to reiterate the fact that we're really thinking a lot about how the project is going to operate and making sure that this civic curator function, so to speak, gets fully designed out and defined and planned for during the pre-development process, and how that organizational structure would work to coordinate property management, event planning, arts administration, maintenance and security for the project. There isn't, again, any one firm or any one expert that can do all four of these critical aspects to the operation of the project. But we do envision a really, innovative model for the city for how a department or a group, a staff, a handful of staff would really curate the civic activities going on in the project so that it meets all of the different goals that we've generally heard about. A property that is secure, that's maintained well, that is vibrant, that is active, and that is generally overall managed well.
I think we, recognize that you could build the nicest looking building ever and do these things, but if you're not programming and don't have the right partners in from an ongoing operating standpoint, and this is something that at the end of the day costs money and something we need to make sure we're keeping in count of, is making sure it's designed and programmed appropriately for the nice, beautifully designed space that we know it's going to be. And so I think it's very important to remember this and remind folks of the importance of the ongoing programming piece of this, of the project as well.
And Corin expressed the fact that he was very much aware of the fact that we have an organization devoted to having fun. And that's an asset that the vast majority of everybody else does not have. But the other thing is, as planners, we must always remember, we can design all of the public or privately owned open space in North America, but unless we have somebody there to program it, then it's a failure. So that's an asset that we have to build on that most people don't have.
In terms of some of the numbers, you've seen some of this presented to you before, and to be honest with you, not a lot has shifted since our last presentation around some of the numbers here. Obviously, we are dealing with an inflationary climate, so numbers do shift as the months go along, but latest projections along the lines of the housing are pretty consistent with what we've shown here, where we are looking at, for the affordable apartment site, and this is with our co-partner Related, $509,000 per unit, 55 units, total cost of $28 million for the affordable piece, 50 to 60 units of townhouse lots with a cost of $20 to $25 million. So the cost would be around $380 to $400 per unit, and a sales price in the low to mid 400,000s. Total investment for the housing piece would be $50 million. For the community commercial piece, 80 to 120 plus thousand square feet, 2.5 acres of open space, 300 stall parking structure, 78 to over 100 million, depending upon, again, the size of the project, and then with a city subsidy range of 36 to 46 million. We are currently, working on leveraging the city's investment with other financing sources, new market tax credits, as we talked a little bit about, the grant funds and other partner investments. Can talk a little bit about that, but obviously the project is in an eligible new market tax credit zone. We're working with the core professionals that arrange for new market tax credits, Novogradac, an accounting firm, and Clear Lake Capital, which is our financing partner that particularly packages new market tax credits for investors. And engages with CDEs around the country, not just California. We've got $7 to $15.5 million of grant funds that we've identified as being pretty high. That this project has a pretty high potential for award. Like I said, we were awarded the $7 million, and we've got another $8.5 million of grant funds that we're going to be going after in the second half of this year. And then other partner investments. So some of these other partner investments are from other potential investors that could be owner-operators of other facilities in the community commercial, as well as some health system partners that SNAC has identified. And the health system partners are, your Kaisers, your Dignities, your UC Davis Health, that would co-invest in their facilities. So all told, it's a pretty big range, but again, a lot of the range of sort of 28.5 to 50 million of other leverage financing will help determine whether or not the project is closer to the 120, 130,000 square feet or closer to the 80, 85,000 square feet of community commercial facilities.
So with that, I think we bring it towards to the action that's happening tonight. Thank you, Corin, for the update. I think what we're really looking for is approval to move forward with the pre-development work as part of this project. So within that, it's 8.6 million of projected costs associated with around $107 million project. That's as we've looked at it and worked through it and reviewed it from a staff standpoint and some other expertise that's in line with what is to be expected. I think as this next step is really about doing the technical studies and the technical architectural work and finalizing the programming partnerships, the community outreach component, doing the parcel map and separating these parcels out so that we can actually move forward with the development itself, the schematic design, the CEQA and planning approvals. These are all costs, from a sense that the city would be required to do as part of any development project that we're building. And so just a couple things just from a sense of getting also the benefit of the team that's been put together to efficiently and proactively work with, as Corin mentioned, the different partnerships and funding sources that are out there to package this at the end of the day to get us to a guaranteed max price and for the final details of the project that council will have the ability to review and approve at that time once all of those details are put together and the project is moved forward to that place of approval. And so I think just from a sense of the dollars that are spent here on our documents and technical work and the things that the city will ultimately own and control. So if this is something we're buying with these funds, with our partnership with Gervin Swinnerton and moving forward with the overall project, this is the necessary step to get to those next fun phases of design and details of the partnerships and the look and feel of the facility itself. So this is a reminder of where that is at in the process. We're moving from the exclusive negotiations phase to this master pre-development phase, and we'll be moving forward with implementing this work over the next couple of years.
And so overall, we've laid out, this slide really talks about approval of the development agreement and then acknowledging a two-phase process where we do pre-development and then come back to council for, for the results and assuming that we do a good job and what we say we're going to do, council would look to view those results and approve moving forward into the subsequent phase. So the motion overall is to approve the pre-development agreement with an acknowledgement and intent for undertaking a two-phase project implementation.
So I think just as a reminder, we'll be coming back with two separate development agreements in the day as this project moves forward, and on both the housing and then the community commercial piece and the civic piece. And so with that, I think we're open to any questions or comments council or community may have.
Let's see if we can take public comment first. Stacy, do we have any public comment cards?
Yes.
And I would ask anybody in Zoom, this would be the time to raise your hand. If you're on the phone, hit *9 to raise your hand, or raise your hand by Zoom. But let's go ahead and take public comment, please.
All right, we have Helen Whalen Bashaw, who is here in the council chambers to speak on this item. And as she's walking forward, I'm going to acknowledge that the city clerk's office did receive one public comment for this item via email from Autumn Eberhardt.
Hi, I'm Helen Whalen Bashaw. I'm really excited about a lot of the things on this project, but I have one thing that's kind of near and dear to my heart. We're the city of trees, and you have some gorgeous trees sitting on that property. What are you going to do with them? They could be relocated rather than cut down, especially that gorgeous oak.
I would hope nobody would want to take down the oak tree.
No, it's earmarked. I see a building in its place and some of the other ones. And that's my...
let's plan a building around the oak tree.
Yeah. No, that's my thing. I think there's a lot of potential there. And, the last meeting we had, I was pushing everybody to compromise. This is all about compromise. There's a lot of good points about this. They are concerned about the large apartments or townhouses, wherever they're going to be. And they're also concerned with the fact that we now have 3 cans to go out on weeks. What are we going to do? So, you know, they're little things, but they're something we still need to plan for because of the number of houses that you have. Thank you.
That's all the public comment we have?
That's all
right?
the public
In
comment
the
we
room?
have. Yes, in the room.
I don't see any hands raised in Zoom. Colleagues, questions, directions for staff?
I have a question about integration with the college campus next door. Are we making progress with Folsom Lake College in terms of facilities that could cross that boundary? Sort of span? Is there something unique they can put on our side? You don't have to tell me specifically what it is if it's a negotiation, but that interaction I think is really important to the site. And as one resident brought up, you know, how are you going to control parking in that situation? Is there a way to keep students from just parking up ours because it's less of a walk than their lot?
Yeah, all great questions. So, and Mike, I'm happy to feel free to chime in, but the dialogue that we've had with Folsom Lake College has been great. It's been a proactive and robust partnership that we've generally established. We realize there's been a leadership change at Folsom Lake College, and so we have been collaborating with the former president and now the new president. So there's some continuity there between just the type of collaboration there. But overall, it's been great, really. And we see that there are so many synergies between what we're planning for and what they view the needs of the students are. So one of the key points that the college has talked a lot about is that they are building generalized education facilities. And they love the fact that there are specialized facilities that really augment and complement the types of expertise, the types of instruction that is being built at the college campus itself. So they've said before that they've done these kinds of partnerships where they negotiate things like a multi-facility lease, sort of like a flat amount on a monthly basis that would provide some form of access to different facilities. Now, obviously, these, according to some kind of reservation system or whatever the case may be, but they've talked a lot about how they would see a need for the theater, particularly for rehearsal space. They've talked a lot about the incubator space. They really love the idea of cafe and fresh market. One of the challenges that they said is that they'd love it if students would stay on campus, and they view the kinds of facilities that are planned here, both the outdoor space as well as potential fresh market, retail, as a way to help students stay on campus for the day, really, to have multiple courses. They've also talked a lot about things like Shakespeare on the Green and in outdoor instruction. So they love the outdoor park space, they love the plazas and the theater and the stages that we've generally talked about. So I as we went through it, I think that there were like 6, 7 different kinds of spaces that they said, wow, these would be pretty phenomenal for our students to be able to have access to. And so we have been in touch with not only the sort of administrative leadership, but also faculty leadership to start talking about what those cross synergies could look like. But so far, the dialogue has been really nice and robust.
Good.
Corinne, that's really exciting. It's very reminiscent of the joint facility use agreement that our park district and our school district had from the very beginning. They signed, Paul Hagan and Mr. Mitchell came up with this agreement, and they signed this agreement that lasted for 25 years. And then sometime around 1990 or so, then it was re-upped for another period of time and ultimately is not in place anymore. But it's an absolutely wonderful way, not only in which we guarantee that our investment is being used as close to 24/7 as possible, as well as giving the school access to facilities that they probably could not afford or justify building in this particular location. So it's really terrific.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions or comments for staff?
Any answer to that
I'll just
parking
weigh in.
question?
I don't have much to
Sorry.
say.
Parking question.
Oh, go ahead.
In terms of the question around how to dissuade or how to control parking, there have been comments that yes, in fact, students potentially might look at the parking garage that the city has and be attracted to the parking garage as a means to park. We know it's an issue, to be honest with you. I mean, I think that in pre-development, that's something that we really need to study because we really are balancing that with the idea of affordability, right? Like, so we did not model any cost for this parking, right? Like, it's not like this is going to be a parking garage that is charging entrance fees. It's publicly available to the public so that it encourages utilization of the facilities itself. So ostensibly, if you think to yourself, this parking is free, then it's something for us to think further about. I think that the biggest thing, and maybe Micah can talk about this, is just the distance and the availability of parking that the school is needing to provide itself that could be and should be of a closer distance to the facility and the campus than what the parking garage would be.
Just to add, I think there's just some strategies overall at the end of this day that the project's going to need around parking, regardless.
Yeah.
College impacts, event impacts, the different things. There's just an overall conversation that we're really going to have around parking and how to not impact the community around it from a parking. Because I know we've heard some of those concerns as far as students parking in the different streets or utilizing it. So I think there are tools and strategies that, from an operating standpoint, I think it really comes down to an operating opportunity. So we'll have to.
I've also
figure
heard
that out.
that there's people in the community that are looking forward to not having to park on that street that clogs up if they can use the actual, if they're in the community, they're next to it, they should be able to use the parking structure to be able to get off the street.
I do think there is a strategy though around utilizing a parking garage for as many things as you can if you have it, and so getting kind of the opportunity to. And like I said, I think that really comes down to an operating standpoint of how are you balancing all the different uses. And I think that's the benefit and the beauty of having all these different uses, of having different people use it at different times. And so I think that just becomes an operating challenge that we're very well aware of and very much paying attention to.
Well, and I think part of the variable of parking too is the fact that Los Rios charges for a parking pass, and they have a gated parking facility across the street that obviously we don't want to be, taking money out of their hands too. I think one of the solutions might be that as we look more at the Promise program, and now that it's official, the state has now started paying for the second year of community college in California, that maybe one of the augmented ways that we approach it is if you're a resident of Rancho Cordova, we'll give you a parking pass for free to park in their parking, but ours is some other way. But now your car's tagged that you can't be in the structure, you need to be in the parking lot across the street. So things to think about. But beyond the fact that who's going to use our lot and those other things, keep in mind that Los Rios is ahead of their construction schedule by 9 years. And in large part because of our Promise program. Even with students doing distance learning, they're moving forward with the facility because they think they're going to have students back on campus in the not too distant future. And in the grand scheme of things, that wouldn't have happened without a robust program that, added probably an extra 100 and some odd students a year to that campus because we're subsidizing. My only comment was Corin and Griffin and staff in general that great job. Like this project, what I've seen today is probably better than I think I ever expected when we said we were going to buy this land and put some sort of community something here. And to think that 3 or 4 years ago, what I envisioned to what you have today, it's larger, it has more services, and it's more diverse as far as what it's offering than I could have imagined. And to say that in thinking that we also expected to have some sort of youth facility here, a boys and girls club or something else that obviously is now a mile or two down the road. So fantastic work. Other questions?
I agree with you. I agree with you completely, Donald.
Thank you.
So I am happy to move that the city adopt the resolution that authorizes, I have to put my glasses on.
Development agreement or
Execution of a pre-development agreement with Griffin
Do
Swinnerton.
you just garble it out?
Yeah.
Second to the
really quick. I don't want to I know David's made some comments. Linda's made a motion. Garrett, did you have any comments to make that you haven't already made?
No, I'm just really excited to see how the development's coming. I can't wait to take these next steps with you guys as you engage my community and we get a better name on this thing and we get some type of, and it really becomes that gem that I know it's going to be. Like, just to have this many groups pop out, one of the best decisions we did was to pick up new people to bring into our city and new engagement, because I think this is going to be a real big pop for our region. Because if you're able to get Snack and those kind of guys again, who else are you going to bring in that's just going to be this amazing gem in our community?
Yeah.
Someone to fully pay for the bridge over that I'm very excited about. Did you hear about that? They found someone that's going to pay for that fully. Cyrus, write that down.
We're not, this isn't recorded, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I
got
like
a
the
motion
kitchen
and a second.
incubator.
I want to move on quickly.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gatewood.
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati is absent. Councilmember Sander.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Budge.
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Aye.
Thank you, Corin.
Thank you, Corin.
Yeah, thank you, Corin.
Really pleased and excited to continue working with you. It's been a pleasure so far.
You look really tired. You can go ahead and take a rest.
I'm good, actually.
Right?
But,
The eyes are red. I don't know what's going on there. It's just
Thanks,
so
Corin.
tired.
Okay, colleagues, it's 9:45. We have another item and then a couple of housekeeping ones at the end. Do we want to take them 19.2? Are we comfortable with that? Last time we got to 9:45, I had a lot of yawns and shaking of heads that nobody wanted to keep going. So what are we doing?
In the old days, we'd have that only at 2 a.m., so we've gotten weak.
Did you just say we got weak? You know what? So moved.
I am doing my best.
I like
to
a
facilitate
second.
an orderly meeting
Where's
for
my
colleagues.
second at? We'll make this thing happen fast.
All right. So
If we shut up, Amanda
all
can
right.
talk.
So if there's not objection, we'll move on to 19.2. And hopefully staff understands that some of us are tired and might need to get up in the morning. That's what I'm doing my best to accommodate as mayor and chair of the meeting. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to, let me look at my notes. Amanda. There, hey, she's right there. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yes, I agree. We are getting a little later here in the evening, and there's a lot of information that is in your packets. There's a lot of information that's online for everyone who's watching at home. So we'll move through this pretty rapidly, but there'll definitely be questions at the end. A lot of our folks that are covered in this are here this evening, and we can get you their contact information, as well as feel free to email any one of us on the team going forward. Again, I'm Amanda Norton with the Economic Development Department. I'll have Laura introduce herself.
Laura Fickle with the Economic Development Department.
And we also have the
Laura, is your mic on?
It's right here.
Oh, speaking in the wrong one.
All
Laura
right,
Fickle,
there we
Economic
go.
Development Department.
And in
Thank
the
you,
audience with us also this evening is Ashley Kobe, the third member of our team. And is the presentation up? Okay. In the effort of time, I will go ahead and start with some broad stuff. This evening, we'll be covering our economic development initiatives that were part of the Measure R initiative. That covers, and again, I'm just going to go ahead and jump along, and we'll get there when we get there in the evening of time. Some of the main initiatives we started out with, we tried to, council directed us to make sure that we did the greatest impact to the most folks and cover and have a sustainable economy. So one of the things we did that went into effect in January of this year is all general business licenses have been waived until the end of this fiscal year. This is for general and home-based businesses that have fewer than 14 employees. In addition, 1,955 animal licenses have been waived this year. We do believe a large portion of those folks came from our free rabies clinics that were offered with our neighborhood services department. We piloted the Design Assistance Program, which I'll talk a little bit more in the next slide, but we have 7 businesses that chose to be part of that pilot with us. And then also during the pandemic, we recognized that a lot of individuals in our community were looking to stay at home. So as such, we partnered with Rayleigh's Supermarket, and they waived 349 delivery fees, saving our residents over $2,000 in delivery fees. It looks like we just came up on our presentation. This is the slide I just covered. For our design assistance pilot program, this is really working in partnership with our building department. We recognize that a lot of our smaller businesses, especially with construction so crazy at the moment, we're having a hard time finding design professionals who will help them draw up the plans they needed to obtain their permits. So we partnered with 2 design and architecture firms. We had 6 small businesses that knew that there was probably no other way that they were going to get design professionals to assist them. And we have 1 that's currently in process. And so this has assisted some of our small businesses to be able to get the permits needed to be able to get a building permit with the city. In addition, we recognize that business retention was really important. And as you mentioned, you met our entire team. So we also played to our strengths. And one of those is our Rancho Cordova Chamber of Commerce. So the Chamber of Commerce not only was instrumental in helping with all the PPE distribution, they also partnered with Embark, which is the Minority Business Assistance Recovery and Kickstart Program, and are going door to door to a lot of our businesses, assessing what's going on, what assistance do they need, and making sure that this is in both in language and culturally relevant information that's being delivered to them. They're looking to jumpstart an economic gardening program that they're in the final phases of getting that contract solidified. And one of the important things they did a lot during this pandemic was making sure that resources, in addition to our communication teams, were getting out into the community. So they provided different resource guides regarding homelessness and referrals, business toolkits, and then made sure that all that information was going out in their various webinars, and are working on podcasts as well. The other piece that they were instrumental in helping with is we were one of the first cities to pilot our city app. So this is with a tech company called Koloom. There are over 1,100 of our residents that are enrolled in this, and basically what it does is as residents shop, they earn stars, and then those stars are redeemable at certain businesses. So we see a list of a lot of the redeeming businesses. But really the whole portion of this is to recognize that as our residents shop local, those dollars stay here locally, and they get spread throughout the community. And we also worked on our small business recovery grant. Full disclosure, all the money has not been awarded as part of this. We really looked to make sure this was really broad and how this was rolled out. In general, we saw that there were a lot of businesses, particularly those that started right as the pandemic started, which meant they did not qualify for most other state and or federal dollars. So this has involved a pretty large lift from our consultant to make sure that all these folks have basically where are their lost revenues, and they really had to demonstrate need to be able to apply for these funds. So 57 grants have been awarded. We have about 400,000 remaining, and we're looking to start the next round of funding. We did find some challenges where a lot of folks, to be honest, they applied and then they never got back to us. So we're like, hi, we have money, you're qualified, and then we never heard from them. So we're keeping moving through our businesses. As you'll see on the map provided, we really cover the breadth and depth of our entire business community and the grants that we have rolled out thus far. So some of the insights that we gained on the programs I just covered, I know I'm going through this really quickly, but the DAP program seems to be working for some of our small businesses that have no other way of accessing it. Our animal license fee program saw a 400% increase in active pet licenses. And for the folks at home, this is a state requirement that your pets need to be licensed. We recognize that administering small business grants is a pretty heavy lift. And we likely will not be doing that program in the future unless council directs us that they really want us to do it, then we'll jump in with both arms and run with it. We also realize that we need to do some other models of shop local campaigns. And we will be working with some of our folks on how we want to address those with our community going forward and what we feel might be some other models that we can utilize for that part of it. And this is where I'm going to move into our more workforce-related programs. As part of the Community Enhancement and Investment Fund, there were some folks that applied to that. There were really more economic development in nature, and so those programs came to the economic development team to administer. Maximum Reach is does small business coaching for 6 self-employed businesses. So they get full coaching, and the whole idea is that it helps these businesses grow, where they will then be able to hire on employees and grow their businesses. Studio T is a really interesting program where they train youth in branding, video editing, graphic design, and media equipment. And so then those youth are then partnered with local businesses. And so those businesses are able to get a media and social marketing presence where in the past they haven't had one. So it not only trains our youth, but it also assists our local businesses with being able to get their presence online in a way they haven't had previously. And this is a little bit of us building the plane as we're flying it. So while we did the pilot programs for our workforce, we also really recognized we needed to do some deep dive into the data as to what is our current workforce, what is going to be needed to transition them, and kind of what are the optimal pathways of doing that. So what this graphic represents for you is there's basically 3 groups of how they quantified our population. The individuals that might have some additional challenges, some different resources that are needed, language support, et cetera. Those individuals that have a high school diploma, maybe some additional college classes, and then the individuals in our community with an associate's degree or higher. For the high barrier group, for all of them, they recognize that having apprenticeships, on-the-job training, and soft skill training is instrumental. But then there's 2 career tracks geared towards those 3 categories. The short term, recognizing that we need folks to enter the job market now, they need to be employed and into something with a future. So there's a short term path. So for those that require maybe less education on the front end to more education on the far side, but also recognizing the strength in how people learn. So in some cases, having a lot of on-skill training is really key. In some cases, remote training and educational partnerships is really important. In other cases, they can do it on their own. They reskill as needed. And then we recognize in the long term that's really going to be a lot of those tech jobs will be kind of prevalent going forward. And how do we train all of the individuals in long-term training programs as we move forward? And so for our pilot year workforce development, full disclosure, most of these folks are either in the room with us this evening or on Zoom. So if you have any specific questions, there's a lot of data that we'll be covering through these particular programs. Really important is this map shows that of the 6 workforce programs, there were 186 residents, but they blanketed our community. So we didn't see any one particular neighborhood that was left out. What we see is that residents took a part in this that basically spanned our entire demographics. And on demographics, we recognized that 62% of the folks that participated in these programs were of ethnic and culturally diverse populations, as well as the vast majority of our workforce identified as female. So we really covered a lot of the individuals that what we've heard for were particularly hurt by the pandemic. And we'll start with our first program, and I believe these in alphabetical order minus the last one, which is not. DP Global Solutions provided Amazon Web Training certificate for the individuals that went through their program. This is the only program that is actually completed all of the trainings, and the rest of them just finished, so this one's a little bit farther along. 2 of the students have secured positions, one here locally and one in a larger region. Folsom Cordova Community Partnership, they are located here in town. And all this data is as of June, excuse me. Of this, they are still bringing on participants. Their contract runs until October. They have hired 24 folks who have participated in their program, have gained employment. For all these programs, I should say that people have life experiences, so much like going to college is not everyone who starts the program finishes the program. Various life things occur within those, and we kind of recognize that and try to help people out where we can going through. General Assembly, This is our most intensive program. This was the 12-week software engineering program for our residents. Actually, we just learned this morning that a second employee was hired. They just finished this. And this program, along with the other 3, will continue to offer job placement assistance until the end of this year. So they have an additional 6-month period, in which case they help all their residents that were in their programs make sure that they get employed. Udacity was another one of our online programs. They had 2 cohorts, one in business analytics and the other one in programming. Programming, of course, had a little smaller cohort because it's programming, and minus one of our council members, I don't know how many folks really enjoy programming out there.
There's 2 of us up here now.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
so we're clear.
2.
There's 2. She's just not here. She's busy coding.
Excuse me.
I stand corrected.
There's 3 of us. You know what? You done stepped on the hornet's nest. It's a long night.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
I
If this
wrote
is the
some
hardest-
code as recently as last week.
You sure did.
I stand corrected. There are many members on our council who
Thank
are part
you.
of the coding and programming language group.
I think Cyrus can too.
Show him, Cyrus.
I'm a closet coder.
He and I are back in the Fortran days though, so that's a little different.
That's
Right.
fair. I tried it once. It was horrible. So I will just leave it there.
Amanda, don't worry about it. You've got a sentence here that I haven't a clue what it means, so don't worry about it.
So again, there's all types of learners out there. We all learn in some of these languages, we don't learn in others. One of the things I wanted to highlight on this particular slide is, as we mentioned, a lot of our learners were juggling other jobs while they were completing these programs. And as such, some cases they were able to complete some of the modules and not others. But one of the important parts is they did complete some of them. And by doing so, that enabled them to gain skills in the various programming languages and software applications that you'll see that are listed up here. And yes, Linda, there's many of these that I know what the words are.
Are those typical success rates? 5 out of 31 or 4 out of 19?
So with this particular program, they were actually expecting to have higher rates of completion of the program. And we were actually talking with them earlier, and they are here in the audience as well. And in some cases, it's because we had a smaller cohort, and so some of the interaction that happens within the cohort members helps keep them active. And actually, one of the lessons, I'm making sure people can hear me on this, one of the lessons we learned through this and we think will be helpful is we actually have an event tomorrow where we are calling it our networking event, and we're having some of our local businesses meet with some of the learners and show that, like, hey, you are looking for a job, we're actively hiring, here's the skills you need, let's coordinate with that. And we think having that up front may help some of our learners stay with the program, because then they can actually see of, like, no, when you complete this program, there are actual jobs out there. This will lead you to a path of completion, because this is difficult work. And I think for some of them, when they got into it, they learned really quickly of whether or not they could really compete within this or whether they needed more time to complete it. And that's another lesson that we learned. And some of these folks will probably need a longer completion time to be able to handle the life-work balance in addition to being a learner as well. But yes, these rates were lower than we had anticipated. One of our other programs, Women in Data, there were 20 students which started this, 15 that completed and obtained the data analyst certification. This program just graduated last week. So then these folks will be working with their learners as well to help with job placement over the next 6 months as well. Finally, Coursera is a program that we did look to fund. We recently realized that in fact, any member of the state of California can now log on to the California library system and access the entire fleet of services through Coursera. So we're currently working and negotiating with them on how we're using our funds and what will be the status of this program. So currently, there are no folks that are enrolled in this program. We didn't kick this one off. And so to circle back, some of the lessons we learned, as I previously mentioned, we were doing this networking event, and that's one of the things that we really wanted to highlight is we think it'll be really important going forward is aligning our business community with a lot of these learners, because I think for some of them, especially when they're new into intro to programming, unlike some of the other members here present this evening, data analytics and others that we recognize.
Did you really just do that right? Go home.
I was being as fast as I could.
Everyone go home.
I know, at least I get
Stop
like
talking.
the lights get lighter. I don't know, something.
That doesn't make It's still going up and down.
But really, I think it's going to be networking is going to be kind of key for a lot of the individuals, especially if they're really new to the tech industry, of letting them know that these are actual jobs out there. They do exist in Rancho Cordova and in the region. And by having different sized cohorts, and also if we can start doing some flexible in-person versus not just virtual learning, that might help for a lot of those. And then just for us internally, like we had one program that started really early, and so that made it a little bit difficult on when all the rest of them kicked off at a different date. So we'll probably like to align the programs and do probably more of a marketing kickoff effort. We found out that actually Facebook denied one of our marketing ads for this. It was kind of interesting. So we'll probably work really closely with a lot of the other teams again to really up the marketing effort. And then really based on that third-party data that was collected from Women in Data, it's diversifying the program offerings. These all were really tech in nature and focus, but what we saw from the data is that it would be really important to incorporate the trade programs and medical fields as well in the next cohort going forward. And then again, working with the local employers to kind of create specific pathways of like, hey, if you do X, Y, and Z, this will help you get into these particular jobs that are here locally. We feel that might be an extra gamut for folks that are really new to the technology world and are looking to find a placement there. And then again, to the last point is we already have the Promise program, which was talked about in our previous presentation. We recognize the strength in that program and maybe look to expand that to look for other programs in on-the-job training. That's what OJT stands for. Sorry for not including that in the presentation. But sponsoring other local employees who want to employ local residents and looking to do that piece forward. So I rapid fired a lot of that information that leads into kind of our work plan for the next year. We're looking at continuing the free animal license program. We'd love to have feedback from council on any or all of these programs. Again, extending the business license program for another year, especially with inflation. We feel that that might be a good support for our local community. Expanding the design assistance program once we've learned some lessons from that one. Continuing our collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce. Expanding and continuing our workforce programs. We are looking to, again, we learned pretty early on in our last run of programs that really at some point in time, loans and that kind of access to capital wasn't as interesting as grants. Now that's shifted and now businesses are looking to actually expand upon their offerings, in which case access to capital and technical assistance will be much more important going forward. We're also looking at an entrepreneurial startup program. So this can be an accelerator, incubator, and some different models we're exploring as well, and then partnering with some of our utilities for a utility rebate program. And that ends my presentation. Again, I rapid fired that. I covered 25 slides in the course of about 5 minutes. So again, I'm available for feedback and comments. A lot of our community partners are here in the room and or on Zoom. Happy to answer any questions there. Things we should consider. I'd love to have.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and take public comments. Stacy, what do we have? And I'll just remind folks in Zoom, now's the time to raise your hand, or if you've called in, hit *9 to raise your hand. Stacy, what public comments do we have in the room?
We have 3 speaker cards. The first one is Krista Melanson. Second is Anil Reddy. And third is JP Morgan.
Honorable Council, staff, and citizens, my name is Krista Melanson. I'm with the DP Global Solutions Program. I ran the Workforce Development Program to train residents on Amazon Web Services given the opportunity from the city to run this pilot program with 5 to 6 residents. And very excited to say, as Amanda mentioned, that out of the 5 that we trained, 2 are now employed in local technology corporations. So I just wanted to say, really appreciate the City Council for this opportunity in providing great upskilling and preparing the citizens for these technology challenges that they're going to be facing. And I'm very excited about the program, and we'd like to request that you extend this program into the next round. And thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Council, this is one of the greatest program that Council approved along with the Promise program. These 2 programs I see is a revolutionary for the city of Rancho Cordova. I did some studies across the United States. I think there are not many cities offering these kind of programs. And I was mentoring one of the workforce development program with Krista. It was a pretty impressive. I interacted with close to 20 students out of that program, even though it's a pilot program for 5 to 6. And I see there are like people came outside of the city also on this program. And this is a great program, especially looking at the way economy going right now. And this is really, really critical in the next 2 years that we make sure we provide all the tools and skills to our citizens so they can be ready for the challenges they can face in the future. If you look at the down the line, 10 years back, nobody knows about the Amazon Web Services or the Salesforce or the ServiceNow or data sciences. But now look, there are still a lot of employers really, really struggling. There is not many people who know all these skills. I've been working in the technology from last 18 years. Still, I don't know the Salesforce and ServiceNow. And these are some of the jobs who pays an annual basis more than $100,000. And the technology is the one way that we can help our citizens to empower, that helps to economically support and improve their living conditions. This can change their entire family and generations. If a single mother who is working as a bus driver, who is get certified as a ServiceNow developer or a Salesforce developer, or Amazon Web Services developer, and now she's going to start making $50,000, imagine how much positive impact she can bring into her family. And she can give a better education to the kids, and it can change the entire neighborhood. So I strongly request City Council to consider the next round of funding. And as I think as staff mentioned, this program needs to expand it into the multiple new technology areas like cybersecurity, Salesforce, ServiceNow. These are the hot technology. Even as I said, current who are working in the IT industry itself, they're not able to have the skills to cope up with the demand. So this is the really, really needed program for our city. And it also helps our city to put in a technology spectrum. And the second part of the thing is we need to have the close industry partnership on this one. I was advocating and requesting the council from long time to have a technology council, mayor technology council. That is one way of engaging the industries, any companies in the high technology. They really care about what we believe in and how we are supporting the technology industries. I think this
Please wrap up your comments.
workforce development program needs to be closely associated with the industry so that we can see the maximum success rate. Thank you.
JP?
Can you guys hear me? Oh, nice. Honorable Council, Mayor, Workforce Development Team. I just want to say thank you so much to the city and to Amanda and Laura and Micah and Ashley. Unfortunately, we didn't get to go through the 25 slides you worked really hard to put together. But I think it's important you know about the kind of the background of what they've been doing to support this program and the future success of what this will become. About 3 weeks ago, Amanda and Laura participated in one of the largest events in the state of California that brought together some amazing women leaders from the state of California, like their CIO and Amy Tong, and Rancho Cordova was in the room. And to find out that people really look at Rancho Cordova as a leader with this program and what they're doing and their focus in analytics and data science and computer science, that's something that not a lot of cities are doing right now. And the fact that you're investing in that, especially as we have economic change and more organizations are starting to recognize the need for these technical skills, I think it's really important that not only you continue it, but recognize the amount of effort, time, and thoughtfulness that your city's put into this. You also, I don't know if Amanda, you shared with this, but the graduates of the Rancho Cordova program through Women in Data are one of the first in the state of California that will receive an NFT. So that means your city's participated in Web3, and that hasn't been done yet in the state of California. So I think more credit should really be given to this group and how much they've supported just the development of this community and the growth of this community. And I'm so excited to see what you're going to do next, and I really hope you continue this program. Thank you.
Just as a quick follow-up for our council and for folks at home, NFT is non-fungible token and has to do with the blockchain world.
Really? What's Web 3.0?
I have a slide presentation that I can offer on it.
I will point out that I am the proud owner of the first public ever launched NFT from the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and it's called the Space Well, in case anybody wants to look at it.
So nerdy.
How much should you pay?
Hey, you're the one out here saying that you're the only one that knows anything about software. So, I think we're done with public comment. Any other questions or directions for staff? This is not an action item, so this is a report and file.
So let me step in as one of the high nerds of this group. Very excited about what you're doing. Yes, Amanda, you will have to still do grants, so you do not get to give that away. Go ahead and settle that back down. Very excited how we're starting to morph and how we work with the Chamber of Commerce. Really like how you guys are doing that and integrating them into the city, because I believe that where the chamber goes to maintain and retain our businesses is a big piece, and how they integrate with the city and how you guys trade potential people coming into the city, and the growth is huge for me. Very excited about Women in Data. Let's be honest. That is like the first of the high-tech groups. And the cool part about it is, one, they have a very high graduation rate, but the women in data are going to handhold them to getting jobs. So I'm big on job production. Like that group that Anil came up and talked about, they had, out of 5 people, 2 of them have really, really high paying jobs. So the city of Rancho Cordova, for very minimal, was able to not only, we've changed the life of 2 individuals in the city of Rancho Cordova, which are going to be taxpayers, which are now coming, and that is an amazing program. Those 2 programs alone are actually placing people in jobs. So if you're taking government money and you want to see actual production, that's an amazing thing. And I don't think they're done. I think probably I would see, because I met those people at the graduation, probably another 1 or 2 of them are probably going to have jobs in the high-tech field, and I bet they'll be around the 90. And if you can get any type of production on that when it comes to government money, that's amazing. So the 4 things that I would like to see us double down on is, I'd love to see more interaction and integration with Women in Data. I want to see more with my workforce development that was able to bring me 2 people in jobs. So amazing. I want to see that one. The more we can integrate with the Chamber of Commerce and find ways that we can have them do, I always thought the Chamber was perfect. When you start a small business, a small to medium-sized business, you need somewhere to not only have an advocate, but have someone that can integrate with the city. And as they help out with scholarships programming, or hopefully fiber and Kubernetes, that they'll be able to take the next step. And really, there's a whole bunch of words, super techie, but someone got it. I know that you totally understood. Littlest Gatewood in the back. And I want to see you guys stretch yourself. Like, this is the biggest growth program about Rancho Cordova is that we go outside the box when trying to help our citizens and our jobs. And that's why we keep growing as a city and have all these amazing opportunities. You know, if you're able to save, recover, or extend a business, their traveling time is less than a mile. So since our cities, how our city has blossomed, what businesses will do as they grow is they'll move to different areas in the city and just slowly expand. And 9 times out of 10, they never leave their base because this is their home. And so where they feel their comfort. And if we can be that incubator / intellectual, and then we can start supplying them employees, killing the game. I don't know how I'm allowed to take advantage of this yet. I'm gonna have to ask Adam what I'm allowed to do. So can I go to that program and poach? Is that illegal, or do I have to wait for them to outside like a vulture to pick up employees that have now been trained? I mean, we'll talk about that later. But
Let's just say, that's probably best a briefing offline between the city attorney and yourself.
Just checking.
Right.
Thank you, Donald.
I mean, you can do what you want. That's just my suggestion.
I appreciate that. I am thoroughly excited with how much, I know it's really late, but this is so critical that to see government intersecting and actually producing jobs and educating people where you know, no one even understands what we're doing as a city. If we're able to double down on these types of programs, I can see us being like a star, because if you can bring a business in and provide them the employees, which is the hardest thing to do, and they're already my citizens that you're educating up into these high-paying jobs, Katie bar the door. Best city in the region. We're number 1. Now it's just we're taking it to that next level. So great job, very excited, and I want to see lots more. And yes, you still have to do grants. All right.
Other directions or questions for staff, please?
I would just say, like any other thing we do, we need to be able to measure the success of what it is and have some metrics by which we judge it to be successful or not. Be willing to take a risk, potentially have something not be ideal, but learn from it. That's sort of our mantra, I think, in Rancho Cordova. So I see numbers here tonight. I don't know whether to be impressed by that or not. On some level, it looks like not great performance, but perhaps it really is. So that would be my question, going forward. How do we measure ourselves in terms of success with this sort of effort?
Yeah, I think I would echo that. My only question or kind of challenge to staff is as I sit here in my hotel room in Bakersfield and I look across the street to Bitwise, who has now owns not just the building on the corner from my hotel, but the building next to that, and is buying the one in between the two. And they're a co-working space company in the Valley that started in Fresno and is now branched out to multiple states and other things like that. I'm pretty sure we still have quite a bit of excess office space in City Hall. And while a lot of the tech-heavy jobs can be done remotely, if there's any opportunity to turn any part of City Hall into an incubator space to bring in businesses and help them start, help them with shared back office, HR, finance,
IT.
front desk, well, IT as well, but I was thinking front desk and receptionist assistants. In the last few years, I think the small business incubator and technical assistance programs have really focused in on individual skill training and leveling up for there. But, and not that we want to go out and mimic WeWork, and anybody can go watch the Apple Plus show with Jared Leto and learn that is not something to emulate, but there's clearly value to shared workspace and to incubator space for small businesses. And so where we have that opportunity to do it, I would challenge us to figure out, is there a way to build in a space to do that without necessarily being punitive and doing things along the lines of what Stanford did and taking a third of all of the profit that Google has made for the last 15 years because they spent like 4 months in a Stanford incubator program. So where we can do that, I would just challenge us that I know upstairs we still have considerable space that was part of PMC or Michael Baker that I know isn't being utilized. So that'd be my only thought at the moment. But phenomenal job. Keep it up. Keep innovating and keep finding ways for us to improve. Linda, I'm sorry, did you weigh in here already? Or did you need to?
I'm fine.
Okay. Staff, Cyrus, you got what you need?
Yep, I believe so. I just wanted to take this opportunity and thank our economic development team. Many of these were brand-new programs that we were trying to figure out, how to implement, how to even identify. So great work. I think it's, as Councilmember Sander mentioned, we have been very mindful of the metrics and making sure that what we do is value added for the community, and we will continue doing so. But I have heard firsthand from many of our businesses, and especially small businesses, that how this program has saved their livelihoods. So it is definitely impacting some people, and some good results have come out of it. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to council requests for future agenda items. Hearing none, we'll move on to adjournment. And tonight we'll be adjourning in the memory of George Wagel. Somebody's going to figure out how to spell that because I'm pretty sure what I wrote down is not right. And if there is nothing else before us, we will adjourn at 10:21. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.